Hello, how is everybody? Happy October. I haven't seen you guys for ages. I've missed you. I am going to attempt to sew number 2 of this one out of this fabric. I finished the one, the greeny one that with the fabric that Mary gave me last night, except for the hem, because the hem does drop on this a little bit on the bias. So I'm going to do the same thing with this one. I'm going to get it completely finished up until the point of the hem is the last thing, and then let it hang, and we'll go from there. So I'll have 3 dresses hanging for the hems to drop on them. Fun times. Fun times. So let's get my bobbin wound. Ooh. So how is everybody? Good morning, Nancy. Good morning, Lottie. Good morning, Caroline. Caroline, I haven't forgotten about the faux fur. I haven't forgotten about all of the fabrics that I need to send. I just haven't done it as yet. So I'm going to, at some point this week, sit down when I'm allowed back in the kitchen and just package up everything that needs to be posted out, Patreon, and just gifts and fabrics and things like that. I'm going to get that done over this week so that it gets done before we move. Our moving date has been moved back to the 3rd of November now, which works for the people that are selling us their house. They can't get into their new place until the 3rd of November, so they were having to go into rented accommodation. Good morning, Eleanor. And the fact that, because they were going to get out for the 20th for us, and yeah, the person that's buying our house has had to delay a little bit, although she is still moving to the island and she's going to go and live in a caravan until she can get into here. So it's moving house is stressful. I mean, all you guys know that. Yeah, I mean, I've moved house, I think, nearly 20 times now, which I suppose is, you know, that's once every 2 years for my lifetime. But it's one of those things. It is stressful. And as I have mentioned, we have paid a company, or we are paying a company, to come and pack everything up for us ahead of time. Although both mum and dad have started packing already, even though they're paying this company. It's so that they can get little jobs done in the interim. And I do understand why, but it's just, I come down and they've packed another box and I'm like, why? So yeah, loads more people are joining us. Aunt Bee's Creations, hello from SC, South Carolina. I don't know, but hello. We're in the middle of moving, just me and hubby and I, just my hubby and I moving everything. My heart goes out to you. The idea of having to pack this place up myself fills me with utter terror. Yeah, I would have been, this entire month would have just been spent packing and it would have been awful. So I feel for you. I really do. Francine is here. Good morning. Alison is here. Happy Sunday, Shine and Peeps. Hello, Alison. Judy's here. Good morning, everybody. Victoria's here. Good morning from Virginia. Good morning. Oh, I got it right. Aunt Bee's Creation, South Carolina. Good morning. Now, is it Georgia? South Carolina? Is that the state capital? I don't know. Sal's here. Hello, Sal. Leslie's here. Good morning. Cecilia's here from Oklahoma. Hello. Now, I have no idea what the capital of Oklahoma is. Do I have an idea? No, none. Tell me. Janet's here. Good morning. Yvonne is here. Good morning. Ilova's here from Daytona, Ohio. Now, I know Chicago's the capital of Ohio. No, Chicago's the capital of Illinois. Oh, gosh, I'm so sorry. No idea. Oh, Aunt Bee says state capital of South Carolina is Columbia. Thank you. I learn something new every day. I had no idea about that. Is Georgia in South Carolina? Am I making it up? Is that an actual state? I should shut up, shouldn't I? Olivia says, good morning from Iowa, 6:05 in the morning. Good morning. Sal says, still at my kid's house, so don't know how much I can watch. No worries, Sal. It's very nice to see you. Cecilia says Oklahoma City is the capital of Oklahoma. Well, that makes sense. And Logan says Georgia is a state. Yeah, I should. Yeah. Outby says Georgia is the state south of South Carolina. I've been watching Friends again, and they got to the Thanksgiving episode where they had to name all the states, and Wilson and I both tried, and no. Oh dear. So Olivia says Springfield is the capital of Illinois. Springfield? I know there is a Springfield in every state. Isn't that true? Something like that? Isn't that why The Simpsons is set in Springfield? So it could be construed as being anywhere in America? Again, I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm learning all the new things today. So, yes. Right. Okay, so this is round. So let me give this a little defluff and an oil and a needle change and all those good things. And I'll try and do it the way I usually do it, because I was doing it yesterday when I was talking to my brother, and I wasn't concentrating, so I was kind of doing things out of order, and yeah, I ended up with a blunt needle in my hand and nowhere to put it. So fun times. Eileen is here. Hello, Eileen. How are you, my lovely? We should be hanging out right now in person, shouldn't we? Oh, were you coming to this one, or were you coming to... No, you were coming to the earlier one, weren't you? Yes, this should have been the weekend of the second hangout. So, yeah, sad times. But next year, it will be awesome. We shall have all of the fun. And I am very much looking forward to seeing everybody. Right. Oh, needle is out and in my sharp box, which is another old pin box. Okay, so I need to give this a bit of a defluff and an oil. So I need my brush. Judy says to Aunt B's Creations, I love South Carolina. A friend lives in Charleston for 4 years and I visited 3 times. Oh, nice. Aunt B says, that's neat. My son loves to go down to Charleston to go to Foley Beach. Lovely. Cecilia says Springfield is pretty common, I do believe. Kathy says, good morning, Shine and Peeps. Aunt B's Creation says, the sun is just coming up and the birds are starting to greet the day. Oh, how lovely. Judy says, the flat was on the road to Foley Beach. Ooh, sounds good. Eileen says, well, I'm well, sad about the hangout, but looking forward to May. I'm also in the process of moving. It's stressful, even when there is limited stuff. It is indeed, Eileen. Have you got your go-ahead to move now? Because I know you were having to quarantine beforehand so that you could move on a kind of like a moment's notice kind of thing. So have you I know you're packing, but have you got the go ahead to go? I hope so. Right, a big blob of fluff in the bobbin thingy. It got so bad at one point that I actually had to remove the bobbin thingy myself, which is something that they say, like there is a video on YouTube of a guy doing it to an 830, and the first thing he says is, don't do this yourself, take it to your dealer. But as we've been discussing on the Peeps group, the local sewing shop on the island refuses to deal with mine and mum's machines because to begin with, I was the only person on the island who had an 8 series machine, and then mum moved here with her 4 series. And because he refused to deal with it, we ended up buying mum's 8 series from a dealer on the mainland. And, it's an £8,000 purchase that we would have spent on the island, but we couldn't because he was a bronze dealer for Benina. He only he only sold the basic models, and he didn't even keep anything in stock to show people. He likes brother machines, so that's the ones that he sells to people. But now Carrie's moved to the island, so there are 3 8 series on the island now. And it's a 2-week course to learn to service the 8 series machines. Where? Dad's just walked in.
Good morning, everyone.
Would you like to say hello from a distance?
All right.
Don't get too close.
Oh, no.
I haven't got my mask on.
I might as well ask you now.
Yes.
I'm in. Your computer keeps asking me, or Apple keep asking me, will I allow the next upgrade? It's on Mojave, whatever it is.
Mojave, yeah.
Mojave.
Yeah.
So I say yes to that. I've got confused now. I've forgotten what the other thing was.
You got distracted by you lot.
I'll be back.
He'll shut the door and he'll be back in just a second. He'll be like, "It's come to me." Oh, he hasn't shut the door. Dad?
Yeah, I'll shut the door now.
Oh, dear.
Oh, that was it. There's a black and white monster prowling all
Oh,
around.
I know, that's little sod. The black and white cat's back.
Yeah.
And this one doesn't attack Gianna, but it does chase her under the building.
Oh, right.
So
okay.
And then corners her there, and then it actually, the Siamese chased the black and white cat and had it up against the fence, and the dog was going nuts, and you guys, when James and Nia were here, you guys completely ignoring it. And it wasn't until I came out, the Siamese had been stood over the black and white cat for 10 minutes, and the cat was just cowering like this, just like this. I came out, the Siamese looked over its shoulder, and the black and white one shot through the fence and ran away, and then the Siamese sauntered down the driveway. But yeah, the black and white one likes to think it's a bully until the Siamese turns up. Oh, right. That thing is a monster.
Yeah. I want one of these
super soakers,
super squirters.
Yeah,
I want one.
Yeah,
I want one anyway.
Yeah.
I'll connect mine to the mains.
Yeah, that's one thing I won't miss about here is the other cats trying to beat Gianna up. Gianna, when I go away, she becomes an indoor cat, only because I've come back from being away and she's been allowed out, and the other cats have let themselves in. Like Mum and Dad have both come in and said, "Oh, there was a ginger Tom sitting, or the ginger cat sitting on the sofa," or "Oh, there was a Siamese eating out of her bowl while she was up on the wardrobes." So because they're not up there very often, the other cats in the neighbourhood see the place as a warm shelter with food, and obviously that stresses Chi out. And I came home one day and Mum and Dad were like, "Yeah, she's fine." And I went up there and she'd pooed herself twice in fear, because there's a difference, and I know the difference. One thing that nobody ever needs to know, but I do. She'd obviously been chased and obviously pooed herself in fear, and the house smelt and there was stuff everywhere, and there'd obviously been a fight. And so when I go away now, she becomes an indoor cat because it's just easier. Ooh, that was a mistake. Dropping new needles all over the floor. Turned the box over to make sure it was the right one, and it was still open. That was not intelligent, was it? Yeah, so she becomes an indoor cat, and since I've been back, it's been quite chilly. The windows are cracked, but I've decided just not to let her out again, because we're moving soon, and she's going to have to get used to being an indoor cat for a while. So there was a start to that conversation. But she's been much happier. She's not been trying to get out at all. So, yeah. Anyway, let's thread this. Oh, actually, I've got... See if it will actually thread. The automatic threader is only guaranteed to work on an 80 an up size needle, and I've got a 70 in, so it sometimes does and sometimes doesn't, but that's fine. Can do it with my tweezers. Well, I say that. Can I do it with my tweezers? Oh, apparently not. Let's put this on, that'll help. Because at the moment I'm just looking into the black abyss of the feed dogs. Okay, so that's done. Don't have that foot on, I have that foot on. Let's try that again. Pick up my bobbin thread. Now technically I don't have to pick up the bobbin thread. Apparently it's meant to be perfectly calibrated so that it won't suck up into a bird's nest underneath. But I personally find that not to be the case, and I prefer to hold on to my threads when I start my line of stitching. So I always bring my bobbin thread up, but technically you're not meant to have to do that. Anyway, let's see. I've been waffling at you for ages and missed out on all the chat. It's been lots. Carolyn is here. Hello, my lovely. Aunt B's Creation says, we are moving back to the house we own and have been working on to sell so we could buy a house in Greenville, South Carolina. But alas, my husband's job went away, so we are returning. Oh, I'm so sorry. And well, hopefully it's beautiful because you've been working on it. So yes, but I'm sorry. Eileen says, I meant the retreat, of course. Yes, I know, Eileen. Got the go-ahead as long as my COVID test is negative. We'll still have to quarantine on arrival, but we'll be very glad to just be back, I'm sure. And I'm glad that you've got the go-ahead, Eileen. Aunt B's Creation says, this is the second time we're going through an unexpected job loss. Oh, my lovely. I'm so sorry. Many virtual hugs for you. I know that doesn't help, but my thoughts are with you. Vox 3D says, hello, everyone. Hello, Dad. Don't know his name. His name is Danny, or the fabric washing fairy. Gin and Pins says, morning, peeps. If I get all my housework done and shop for the next week, I'm going to treat myself to some sewing time later. It's nice being back to work, but I miss my sewing time. Yes. Charlie is here. My nephew lost his job to COVID and has applied for more than 200 jobs since. He heard on Friday they got a job that he really wanted. Hooray. Oh, that's awesome. Congratulations to your nephew, Charlie. Christine says, bonjour, peeps. How is everyone today? Nice to see you again, Sean. Nice to see you too, Christine. Thank you for joining us. Nicola says, hello, everyone. Having a day sorting out fabric and trying to find inspiration for my next make. Think I might try an Adrian blouse, but we'll see what jumps out at me whilst tidying up. Very nice, Nicola. And I can highly recommend the Adrian blouse. I very much like it. And I plan on making a couple myself, and I'm going to actually add a longer cuff to the sleeve so that they are even more autumn winter appropriate and very 70s looking. Cecilia says, my cat wanted to be an indoor cat, so over the summer we let her out. 4 weeks ago she went missing and I'm just heartbroken. Oh, Cecilia, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That's something that terrifies me. I'm so sorry. I hope she comes back. I know there's lots of people that I'm sure you've done all of the things like putting her used litter tray outside and stuff like that. Apparently the scent is meant to guide them home and things like that. I hope she comes home. I'm so sorry. I am, yeah. Chiana is going to be an indoor cat at the new place, and I am trying to persuade mum and dad to, well, dad really, to cat proof the back garden so that she can be an outdoor cat in the summer months. But yeah, I would much prefer her to be an indoor cat. Charlie says, oh, Cecilia, and Lottie says, no, to Cecilia as well. Eileen says to Charlie, I'm so glad to hear about the nephew. Vox 3D says, peeps, rookie question, how do you deal with used needles? Okay, good question. So I generally buy my pins from places that they come in little packets. So these are my silk pins, these are my fork pins. Michelle, oh, Michelle sent me some magic pins. So I tend to buy pins that come in their own little packet. Now, I prefer to use my pins in a pin cushion. So I decant the pins from the packet, and then the old sharps go into the pin packet. So I filled up one of these already, and then like literally filled it up, and I'm now working on filling this one up. Once it's full, I'll duct tape it shut, and you then put it into the recycling. So we put ours in our recycling bin here. There may be different ways of doing it with different countries and different counties. I know where Wilson lives, they don't have a recycling bin, which is just weird, and I thought illegal. Naughty Ealing Council. But yeah, that's how I deal with mine. So I hang on to these for ages, and I actually find these quite useful because I use E6000 a lot in my bag making, and it's not a very it's like quite a big tube and not a very precise nozzle, so I tend to put the glue on one of these blunt ones, and then I can precisely put the glue where I want. So that's what I do with my pins. Sal says you should be able to thread a needle blindfolded by now. I don't know. Charlie says I'm thrilled for him. I'm sure you are. Nicola says also, can anyone let me tell me the ease that is in vogue dress patterns, specifically the 857 and 9357. I'm in the top end of the sizes and want to know the finished measurements are. I don't have those, so I couldn't tell you. Have you bought the pattern? If you have, then it's on the tissue paper. If you haven't, what I would suggest is that you put a request in the Peeps group on Facebook for anyone that has got the larger size bundle, and they should be able to help you with that. Victoria says, I have a Benina also, and I find the same thing about the bobbin. I always pull it up before I start sewing. Yeah, glad it's not just me, Victoria. Julie says, hey love, welcome home. Thank you, Julie. Caroline says, phew, printer ink changed and calibrated. I can join back now. Hell, well, welcome back, Caroline. Oh, let's see. Andy says, you just reminded me to oil my machine. The strange noise it was making seems to have stopped. Awesome. I actually, having spoken to the dealer the last time I was up there having my machine serviced, he said to me, do you oil your machine? And I said, yes, of course I do, whenever it asks me to. And he said, you should be pretty much doing it at the end of every project or at the beginning of every new project. And especially, I mean, given how much I sew, that means I oil it every day. And it's only a drop, but it was making really clunky sounds. And now that I've started doing that, it stopped making the clunky sounds. So it depends how frequently you use your machine. But like, I'd oil it after every 8 hours of use, perhaps. Maybe that's a good, because that's about how much, maybe I sew about 5 to 6 hours a day. So yeah, 6 to 8 hours, I would oil it after that much use. And yeah, mine has been making much less clunky sounds now that I've started doing that. Because yes, my machine does tell me when it needs oiling. It comes up with a little thing on the screen, because it's got a computer screen, so it comes up on the screen and it says with a little oil can, it was like, give me oil, give me oil. So that I was doing it when it asked for it, and that's not enough. Caroline says to Charlie, that's fantastic for her nephew. Leslie says, one of our neighbours let their cat out and it left a huge dead mouse in front of my house. Oh no. Nicholas, I mean, that's another reason that I don't like letting Chi out, because she does bring me home presents, but they tend to be alive. Like the last one she brought me was a blue tit and it was still alive, and I rescued it and I released it into the garden. I called it Henry. It was very cute. But yes, she kind of brings them in and down on my feet and just looks really proudly at me. So yes, the fun times is when I'm asleep and she brings me a live mouse and drops it on the bed and is like, look what I bought. We had a cat once called Perkins, and you always knew when he'd bought you something, because he'd come in and he'd be like, like this. He'd make those really high-pitched chirping sounds, but it was muffled because he had a mouthful of mouse. And he went, and then it was alive on the bed, and he'd just be like, look what I got you. and then you spend the entire night trying to catch the buggering thing. So yes, that's another reason I very much am a fan of not letting Chi out. Nicola says, oh, I like the long cuff idea for the Adrian blouse. There are a few people who've done it and it looks awesome. I think Nimue might have done it as well. When she arrives, if she gets here today, we'll have to ask her because she might be working today. Aunt B's Creation says, oh, Charlie, congrats to your nephew. Caroline says, I love my 2 Adrians and bought some jersey for a long sleeve one yesterday. Oh, nice. Christine says, we made a catio for my cat so he can enjoy the outside and being safe. Yes, I was going to do that at one of the houses that we were going to move to, but because that would have been possible. For the one we're moving to now, it's not possible to make a catio, but we can cat-proof the back garden. And actually, it's basically putting something. So this is the fence, and it's putting something like this over the top of the fence. And it doesn't have to be ugly. I've seen a couple of them that have done it with quite thick wooden dowels that you can then hang hanging baskets and stuff off of, so it can be made decorative as well. So we have one side of the fence where we're moving. When you come out of a door, it's less than waist height, so that fence has to be raised anyway, because otherwise the dog's just going to be in next door neighbour's garden the entire time, let alone the cat. So we have to do some bits and pieces with the fence anyway. But yeah, am I doing this the right way around? I don't think I have. There we go, that's better. Caroline says, when I was little, Sammy went missing and then sauntered in nearly 4 months later. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. When I was little, my cat Purdy used to go missing for about 2 weeks. At the same time every year. She was spayed, so it wasn't like she was going off to, but she used to disappear for about 2 weeks and it drove me nuts. And she was so friendly when she came home. But yeah. Charlie says, it has been such a worry because he was the only wage earner since they had their first baby. Oh, bless. I'm so glad for him, Charlie. Bee's Creation says, we are turning our screened porch into a catio so our cats can be outdoors without being loose, as the city here at our house will fine us $2,000 per cat for one that is roaming. Oh, wow. Charlie says, I love the idea of a safe catio. Yeah, totally. There are some, Cole and Marmalade, if you follow them on YouTube, they had like a veranda that they turned into a screened porch, which is their catio. Evan and Caitlin have made a tiny catio for their supervisor, Jube. Like it's literally at the base of a window, and it's big enough for her to get out and walk around. It's probably the size of this desk. It's not huge, but it gives her some outside space. So yeah, there's quite a few people on YouTube who've made catios. Jackson Galaxy obviously will have a video on it. I don't remember specifically seeing one of those, but I know he'll have a video on it as well. Let's see. Where did I get to? Nancy says, I put my needles in a sharps bin and take it to the pharmacy and they dispose of them as if they were needles. That is also an option. We did that when Mum had lots of needles in the house for all of her treatments and things, and that is definitely an option as well for disposing of your used needles. Julie says, I use an old marmalade glass for my old sharps, and when it's full, it's going to be recycled as glass metal. Yeah. Aunt Bee's Creation says, we're bringing our 3 cottage kitties back down here, and our son has 3, so we'll have 6 cats. So the catio is so important. Definitely. Wow. Cecilia says, a catio will definitely be used if and when we get another furry housemate. 100%. Oh, Cecilia, I'm so sorry. Nicola says, no, haven't got the pattern yet. We'll put a message up. Thanks. Yes, Nicola, that's probably the best bet, is to put the message up, because, as I say, I've got the smaller size bundle, so I can't help. But there will be some people in the Peeps group that have the larger size bundles, and I'm sure they'll be able to help. That might be useful, mightn't it? Start putting up a database of the big 4 finished garment sizes. Although that's a lot of work and I've already got a lot of work on, so maybe I won't do that. Hey, we'll see. I always feature them in the sew-alongs, but I know that doesn't help for the people that are in the larger size bundles. But for the smaller size bundles, I do feature it in the sew-alongs. Alova says, Sean, I had a question about what type of folder slipcover you use to file organize your patterns. The plastic ones with the elastic ties, I think they're awesome. They are actually cardboard, and they're from Elba. Yeah, so they're cardboard. They're by a brand called Elba. They are scored along here. Yeah, you can see they're scored, so you can actually make them quite big. The spine can be kind of quite large. I get mine from Amazon, and I do have a link to them in the description of my videos, I believe. If I haven't, I should put one up. I usually get them, I get them in boxes of 50, and I'll go on every now and again and see, because the majority of times they're around £50, which is expensive, but they will, for some reason, they will have a random colour, because you can see up there I've got purple and orange and now green, and a lot of blue ones as well. And if you go through all the colours, one colour will be significantly cheaper. They'll be down to £35. And so I always snap those up when one of the colours goes down to £35. I was looking and I came across this one, and it was £15 for 50 of these. And I thought, oh, they must be defective, they must be bad quality. So I only bought one box of them, and they're actually nicer than those ones. And their price has now gone up to £74 for these for 50. And so I'm kicking myself for not buying like 5 boxes at 15 quid. But yeah, they're Elba paper file folders with the elastic, and they are awesome because, as I say, they do expand. So this is with a traced, this is actually this pattern. So all the tissue paper is this pattern's gone back into the envelope. The instructions will go into this envelope, and that'll go in my pattern stash there. But then this is the traced one in my size with my alterations made to it, and that I keep kind of semi in order in the different filing systems that I've got going on around the sewing room. Although when we move, I'm so excited. I'm going to have proper bookcases, and it's going to be way better organized, so it's not going to take me quite so long to try and remember where I'd stash these things. But yes, Elba file folders. Hopefully that was helpful. Where did I get to? Over. Julie says, hydrate, sweetie. Yes, I have a cup of tea. I've been talking for 32 minutes. Hopefully it's not too cold. Perfect gulping temperature. Thank you. Judy says, I've had no issue with not being able to thread up my 770 and now the 880. Nice. Julian Pin says, I use a small glass screw top jar to put my sharps in. Not filled it yet, but we'll be putting it in the recycling when it is. Ilova says, good reminder, just started to make a clunking sound last night. Thank you. Was that about the oiling of your machines? Caroline says, we have long hair torty girl and a ragdoll boy and a Norwegian forest kitten, and they are all indoor kitties. Aww. Cecilia says to Julie, thank you, Julie. It's a chronically dehydrated human. I appreciate people like you that remind us to drink. Yep. Ilova says that the mice are a loving gift. Yes. Aunt B's Creation says, oh, a Norwegian forest is so beautiful. Yes. Cecilia says, Julie says to Cecilia, you're very welcome. Claudia's here. We have, oh, hang on. Where did it go? Where did it go? There it is. Claudia says, we have a lanai in Florida and the cats love it. They run around the pool sometimes and someone falls in. Oh, bless. Yes. Lanais are covered porches where the pools are in Florida. I think I remember seeing quite a lot of those. And Judy says, I have a Norwegian forest cat called Freud and he's 15. Oh, how cute. Caroline says to Aunt B's Creations, we rescued him in the start of lockdown just after my birthday. He was only about 12 weeks old but weighed less than 4 pounds, doubled that in 2 weeks. Oh, bless him. Aunt Bea's Creation says, so glad you rescued him. Claudia says there's also a cat fence topper that keeps cats in. It attaches to the top of fences and angles in so cats can't jump over fences. Yeah. Claudia says, I have visited the Hemingway house in Key West, my happy place, and they use this to keep the cats in. It's an amazing place to visit. Oh, yeah. I loved Key West. I actually, every now and again, fantasy house shop in Key West. I would totally live there. If I was allowed into the country and all of that. But yeah, I would totally live there. I loved Key West. Alison says, Binks is too much of a Suki Lala to roam far from home, thank goodness. Maya loves visiting the neighbours, but always comes home, particularly if she hears a can of food being opened. Yeah. Chi, when she goes out, the only time she roams far is when she went to see the neighbour's cat, and unfortunately he passed away recently. And that was only over the road. I don't think she goes very much further than the back garden. She goes all over the roof up here. She definitely thinks that our property lines are definitely her territory. She likes to patrol those. Caroline says to Aunt Bea's Creations, I think my parents both sent him my way. I've always wanted one. Aww. Alison says, I put all my old needles in the yellow sharps container that I use for my diabetic sharps and cannulas. Vox says, thank you. I have pharmacies near me. I will ask them if they can dispose of needles for me. Good plan. If they can't or won't, then the a dedicated container and recycling it is also a completely valid option. Ilova says, please put the link. I will search in Amazon. Thank you. I will do. Oh, and Ilova's found it. Cool. Awesome. Although if I give you a link, then I get a commission. Oh, Duvallay is here. Hello, Duvallay. Ruth Ann is here. Good morning. Debbie's here. I have found that I can print A0 files on my A3 printer, less paper than printing A4, but no matching marks, so it's more of a jigsaw puzzle. Oh, wow. Andy says, who was asking about ease on the 8577? Nicola? I think it was Nicola. Oh, I have a memory like a sieve. Yes, Nicola. I don't have a memory like a sieve. It went in there. Yes, Nicola was asking about it. Let's see. Paula says, I'm here busy sewing, keeping you guys company. Andy has taken some pics and she'll add it to the Peeps group. Thank you very much, Andy. That's really kind of you. And yes, Nicola says, yes, it was me. Right. Okay, let's see if I can... These file folders. Mind you, I don't know, Ilova, I don't know if you're in... I think you're in the States, aren't you? So my link might not work for you anyway.
Hello.
Do you want to say hi to the Peeps from a distance? Dad's done it. No, distance.
Hello. Yeah, from a distance.
Oh, yes, Mum's new top?
Yes. Yes.
Is that stretchy?
Away. Yes.
Where did you get that fabric from?
You gave it to me.
Did I?
It was in the top of my pile.
Yeah. I think somebody gave it to me as a gift tonight, and we discussed it, and yeah. Or somebody.
It is stretchy.
Yeah. Because it's a Renfrew, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sort of grew, but it's fine. Yeah, it's comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very nice. Yeah. She used my overlocker to do it. She thought I hadn't noticed, and I totally had because it had moved. And you'd put the foot pedal in a weird place.
Oh really? Because I used my left foot. Yeah.
But no, you put the wire over there. I just keep the wires behind so that I move the whole thing over, and you put the wire, and it was like, why is that? Mum's been using this.
Yeah.
What are you looking for?
I've lost my shirt fabric. Daddy's shirt fabric.
Check.
I need a bit more. Yeah. What have I done with it?
Isn't it all with you?
No, maybe it is. Maybe it must be.
Oh, I haven't got around to telling you guys, but I had a very exciting parcel arrive from Australia the other day. It contains Mum's advent calendar.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah. I've also found an amazing present to get for Dad, and I want to get it now and give it to him now, but I've got to wait till his birthday.
Yeah.
But he will so enjoy it. I want him to have it now.
No,
No, no, no, no. Mum's lost fabric. That's not good. Oh, I was looking for things, wasn't I? Sorry. Elba file folders. There's me. My orders. Elba. Okay. Yeah, the green ones are back up to £74.74. Too expensive.
I had to put it next door. Thank you. Get a good cheap scissors.
You're stealing my scissors?
Yeah.
Don't know. Oh, the orange ones are currently £35.90 for the file folders. Hang on, let's have a look. Yeah, black's 50 quid, red's 50 quid, yellow's 50 quid, blue isn't available, dark blue is 50 quid, the orange is £35.90. There's only 2 of those. Pink's not available, grey is 50, sorted unavailable. Ooh, ivory is £16.40. For how many? Ooh, ivory is £16.40 for 50 quid. Oh, buy now. Swiped by now. Order's been placed. Guys, let me see if I can get you. Oh, how do I do? Oh, I'm going to have to do it on the computer to give you a link. Wow. There's only 2 left in stock. Right, hang on. Let me, now let's see if I can do this without, without deleting you guys. Right, so I have gone onto a different, I'm on Safari, so I don't know if you guys are Elba file folders. Let's just go to my orders. That's strange. Anyway, let's get you the link and I will put it in the Peeps group. And then I will come back and, oops, I can type Elba file folders. Okay, here's an affiliate link. Right, done. I'm back. Hello. Let's see. Sal says, I hope you peeps liked my short story I shared on the Peeps group. I started my 31st short story this week. Wow. I haven't had a chance to read it, Sal, but I did see that you'd posted it. Nicola says, thank you to Andy. I'm just going to check something. Let's see. Nicola says to Andy, thanks, I've posted the question up in the group, so that would be superb. Julie says hello to Mum. Ruth Ann says Mum's top's beautiful. Caroline says hi to Mum, love the new top. Charlie says lovely top. Andy says to Nicola, should be there now, lovely. Olivia says hello to your mum. Michelle says hi, shout out from the Philippines. Hello, welcome. Susan says hello, my cat Blue Torty Oriental is an indoor cat, too afraid to go anyway. Oh, bless, bless. And so good evening, Susan. Hello. Nicola says to Andy, excellent, thank you so much. My boobs are still too big. Lol. Can you do a full bust adjustment? Have you done a full bust adjustment before? Have a look. See. Alison says, hello to Mum. What shirt pattern do you use to make the Fwif Hiss shirts? It is a combination of the Walden instructions and a Lacala shirt pattern. Finish my tea while it's still warm. Maiki says, hi, recently joined Patreon and this is my first hangout. Lovely to meet everyone. I'm sewing right along with you guys. Best way to spend a Sunday afternoon. Welcome, Maiki. Thank you very much for joining Patreon. I remember saying your name and trying to hopefully getting it right. Yes. But welcome and thank you very much for joining us. Leslie says your mug is adorable. Thank you. It is the size of my head almost. It is a good mug. The very lovely Erica bought me a gorgeous one, but it has got a rude word on it, so I don't tend to use it on camera. But it is even bigger than this one. Ilova says, it's clapping at me. Aunt B's creation says, uh-oh, she's shopping. I mean, they're £16, guys. Like, you know, that's amazeballs. Yeah, the price has gone up now. I'm so sorry. The price has gone from £16 to $49.91 in the space of me talking to you. I should have bought all of them. Never mind. So the best price is the orange ones, which is $35.90, and there's 2 of those left in stock at the moment, if any of you want them. Nancy says, welcome to Maiki. Caroline says, damn, showing one left, but £49, odd for the price. Yeah. Nicola says, I haven't, but might try, might be the time to try. Yeah, the 8577 does have darts at the bust. How many of them have I made? Yeah, it's got darts underneath the bust, so it should be easy-ish one to start with. It's not like it's a gathered section or princess seams that you've got to try and increase. So a darted bodice should be a fairly easy attempt. Nicola says, I haven't, oh, sorry, I read that one. Julie says, Findus is an indoor-outdoor cat. Yes, he drives you nuts when he goes for wanders, doesn't he, Julie? Gin and Pin says, I live in a 5th floor flat, so my 2 masters are house cats, but I take Ptolemy out for a little walk on the lead nearly every day. Calpurnia doesn't like to go outside. Nice. Ilova says, Sean got the link to the file photos. Thank you. No worries, Ilova. I'm sorry I seem to have been the one to snag the deal. I should have just bought both of the things, shouldn't I? Never mind. Never mind. Oh, gosh. Okay. Gajit says, hello from the Netherlands, or hello from the Nederland. I'm so sorry, my Dutch is not good, or actually non-existent. So welcome. Linda's here. Good morning. Okay, afternoon. Your dress looks beautiful. Thank you very much, Linda. Hello says from Facebook Peeps group. Yes, that's where I put the link. Caroline says, my son's cat is an indoor cat, but he goes to Comic-Con, etc. with them on a lead and a harness. Oh, wow. Chiana would hate that. All the people. There are some cats that love people, though, aren't there? Gianna walks on a lead. That used to be how I would take her outside when I'd come down here to visit with her. So yeah, she has got, I need to get her a new harness though, because she's had the same one since she was a kitten, and it got to the point recently where it is just too tight for her. So yeah. Yes. Nimaway is here. Hello, how are you, my lovely? Right, okay, so I've been waffling for 49 minutes. Should we try sewing some stuff? So I am going to sew the skirt first, as I always do. Now, in my wisdom, I decided that I was going to take these off of the pattern pieces, because this is the one that I've already made the sleeves. These are some big ass sleeves. That is the back. These are going to be awesome. Now, hang on. So, yeah, it goes like that, doesn't it? I put that the right way? No, I put that one the wrong way. Yeah, the cuff's meant to. That's annoying. Oh. Look at that. It's a big sleeve. Right. Now, how much fullness is at the top of this? Can I get away with? I don't think I can. I've done the I've put the continuous lap in backwards because it's meant to button. Oh, the cuff's meant to button that way, so my cuffs are going to button backwards. But it was the first time. I mean, this pattern didn't call for a continuous lap at all. I made it up, so the fact that it has one that sort of worked is kind of a miracle. But never mind. Never mind. I shall know for the next time that I do this. That one over there, I've got the right way around because it had instructions. And this one, like I said, didn't have instructions. I literally made it up as I went along. So I think, never mind. Never mind. Right. Okay. So let's get the bodice out of there because I want to make my skirt first, as per usual. Hopefully I have marked this intelligently so that I can find out if there's notches. I should be able to. It should be fine. Sal says to Caroline, is the cat a part of the cosplay? Duvale says, Masters at my house is an indoor cat and hates riding a car, so it's always have a stressful situation when we have to leave for extended visit of my family. Yeah, Chiana doesn't mind the car actually too much. She doesn't like it when I can't give her attention. She meows at me the entire time.
Thank you.
Just bringing back my sisters. They all very much liked your top.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Sandy is here. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Sandy. Judy says, is that the fabric Rachel and I found in Waltons and Boys for you? It's lovely. It is, Judy. It is indeed. And this is why I wanted it, because I had made these sleeves and I was going to try and make a shirt with what I had left of it to fit these sleeves onto, but then I just thought, you know what, I want another dress. I want a shorter dress, so I'll have a summer one and I'll have a winter one because this has long sleeves, so to me that means winter. But yes, it is the fabric that you guys got for me, and I have enough left that I've been able to give some to Mum as well. Noah says, it's so nice to spend a Sunday time like this again. I hope you have a new jogging I hope to have new jogging bottoms by the end of the day. Oh, nice. Which pattern are you using? Caroline says to Sal, hi Sal, nope. The daughter-in-law runs a Prop Asia stand for Comic-Con in the UK, so he doesn't always go, but they both cosplay and he just goes along for the fun. That's so cool. Chiana would hate that. Oh, she'd be terrified. Jen and Pin says, any comments on the Moncler quilted dress? Will be the new strawberry dress, although at £17,000 it's a bit of a considered purchase. Let's have a look. What was it? Moncler quilted dress. Oh wow, I love the skirt. That is awesome. It's also £4,700. Can't find the dress. Oh, here we go. Yes, found it. 17 grand. Wow. I mean, I'll take 2. Wow. I can't imagine that is going to be flattering. Oh. Surely that's just a stunt for them to promote their other products. Because, I mean, you'd be warm on the red carpet except for your shoulders and arms. I was so tempted to make the strawberry dress, but I wanted to make a black version with the strawberries, because I know Rachel Maxey has Rachel Maxey has made the Halloween version of it, which is really pretty. I was very tempted to, because I found the fabrics and I have a Vogue pattern that I think would work for it. I was very tempted to make it, but it was just like, I don't know. I mean, where would I wear it? Like, I did have 4 gala events to go to this year, but obviously none of those have happened. And it should be the dressmaker's ball next year, but obviously they've not started planning that, and I don't blame them at all, because who knows what's going to happen. So, you know, I was just like, oh. But then maybe, I don't know, maybe I could make it and wear it on New Year's Eve, regardless of where we end up. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We shall see. But no, I can't imagine recreating that one. I know there's some people will do, but I don't think it's going to become quite as much of a ubiquitous, I think that's the right word, dress as the strawberry dress, because of the price point. It's not going to be one of those ones that everybody can just sort of like justify a purchase of a $500 dress to kind of cash in on the cash in on the cachet that the strawberry dress had, because £17,000 is a very big difference to $500 for the original strawberry dress. And in all honesty, that original strawberry dress at $500 was very reasonably priced. I think that Lyrica Matoshi had priced that very, very well. Ilova's got the purple ones. Awesome. But do you see what I mean about the file folders? You need to just kind of every now and again have a look for them, because every now and again, for some reason, they'll end up at a ridiculous price, like £15-16, and snap them up. Even if you don't need them, snap them up. I should have bought both file folders. I should have, but never mind. Caroline says, when he doesn't get to go, I get to house sit and stash raid, so I enjoy that. Awesome. You read that one. Nimue says, I altered the Tilly and the Buttons Stella to have straighter, wider legs and no cuffs at the ankles. Why do all ready-wear joggers have ankle cuffs right now? I have no idea. I agree. What do you guys think of the new Deer and Doe patterns? I quite like them. I very much like the jumper, the sweatshirt jumper, but I have an entire one of those style of file folders. The thing that's holding the folders, I have one of those full of sweatshirt patterns. So I do not need another sweatshirt pattern, but I really want it. I mean, to be fair, I really want every single pattern that Deer and Doe do, and I want them all printed because I want them in my collection. Will I make them all? No. Will I buy them all? Not unless I win the lottery. I haven't checked. I might have won the lottery last night. I might be a multi-millionaire. The likelihood of that is very small, though, isn't it? But yeah, I really like the trousers as well, and that made me, the reason that Nimaway's comment made me think of it, because one of the versions of the trousers does actually have a cuff on the bottom of it, but they're for a woven, which I thought was quite interesting, and I liked how it looked. But again, I am not the same shape as those models, so I think cuffed trousers on me probably wouldn't be quite so flattering. And by the way, guys, do not pin on your lap as I am doing. Pin on a flat surface. This is not best practice. But again, whatever works for you. So, you know, there are no rights and wrongs in sewing. We say this all the time, don't we? Let's see. Charlie says £17,000. Yes. Gin and Pin says it does have sort of bustle on the back. It does indeed. I mean, you would always be comfortable. You could literally kind of curl in and up on yourself, couldn't you? Like if you ever were stuck outside waiting on the red carpet to get in somewhere, you would be warm and comfy. You could sit on yourself for sure. For sure. Okay. Duvile says, I'll be bad, but it looks like they just sewed a couple of winter sleeping bags together. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you. I know that's what I mean. That's why I think it's more of a publicity stunt, because they do obviously ski wear and things like that. That's what they're best known for, I think. Like that quilted skirt was 4,700. That quilted skirt was amazing, and I wouldn't wear it because it would look awful on me, but I do think it's amazing. I think the dress is amazing as a feat of engineering, but as a fashion item to actually be worn to a red carpet, no, not for me. Not for me. I can imagine Billie Eilish wearing it to a red carpet though. Ooh, yeah, I could see Billie Eilish rocking that. Not that she, but this is the thing, not that she wears kind of very kind of skirts and dresses and things like that. She tends to wear very streetwear, casual, oversized things. But if she was to go to a red carpet, I could 100% see her in that dress. So yeah, who knows? Charlie says, my gran used to have a quilted nylon blanket on her bed, but hers was pink. Julie says, didn't watch Rachel's latest video. I've been too busy listening to audiobooks for the last couple of days. It was a good one, although she wasn't best pleased with either of the outfits that she made, bless her. But she's taking on more and more complicated patterns, stuff that I shied away from, so fair play. Francine says, making a blue jean jacket and having a hard time altering princess seams at the shoulder. Oh, I don't know if I could be any help with that. I kind of tend to avoid princess seams. She says, wearing a princess seam dress. Let's just get rid of you because nobody needs that. Duvile says, you can wear the gala dress even while you're spending evening at home. If it's in the mood you're in that day, I say go for it. Oh, Duvile, don't encourage me. I've said I'm not going to buy any more fabric until the new year. I completely forgot I said that. I very nearly went onto the textile centre last night, spent 130 quid on fabric because there was some amazing viscose on there, and then it was just like, I don't need it. I am shopping to cheer myself up. And because this has been, I've not been sleeping very well this week at all for a variety of reasons. I have been getting around about 3 or 4 hours of sleep each night, which is not enough for me to function as a normal human being, which is why there's not been a vlog every day this week. So yeah, and then as I said, this was, you know, again meant to be the weekend of the last of 4 retreats that I was meant to be running this year, and obviously, and you know, it's nobody's fault. I know that, but it's been a hard week. I've been feeling a bit. So I was very much looking forward to hanging out with you guys, because you guys always cheer me up, which is wonderful. Gosh, there's 112 of us at the moment. Let's see. Sal says, in the Fred Astaire movie, Roberta, about fashion designers, the dresses were said to be €1,000 in 1935. If the movie was real, could you imagine the cost of those dresses now? Wow. Like Bella May is in the middle of recreating her 6th Cinderella dress from the live action movie. And I think Oh, she did say how much the dresses were each. And I want to say 6,000, but that doesn't sound like it's enough. It might be 16,000 per dress, and they made 6 or 7 of them for the movie in different states. So one was shorter for her running scene and things like that. Yeah. Alova says the sleeve is gorgeous. Thank you. Ever so often is here. Hi Peeps, has everyone liked? Oh, thank you very much. Yes, please do like the video. There's 26 likes at the moment. Gin and Pins says, I was going to make Simplicity 8013 in a T-length for a party. I might still make it as I got everything to make it, and at least I'd have something to wear if there ever are parties again. Yes, I've got that beautiful fabric that Alexandra sent me to make the 8013. I think we're talking about the same dress, aren't we? The one that Rachel's made. And that's another one that I'm just like, I really want to make that. Actually, you know what? That might be. I might make the T-length one because I think I can use 5 meters of that for the shorter version of it. I might make that because it is really 70s, isn't it? So I could get away with that in my 70s pirate collection, and I have quite a few viscoses that would look really nice in that. So yeah. Ever so often says making some Piccadilly pajama trousers from cozy brushed cotton. Ooh, nice. Duvalet says, by the way, I've messaged you today, tomorrow about a sweet parcel sending details. Ah, cool. I have a parcel to send to you as well, Duvalet. I was saying earlier before you arrived, I'm going to sit down one day next week and just get everything packed up and sent that I need to send out. It's gotten to the point where I've got so much stuff to do that I've let it get on top of me, and it's now become this insurmountable hill, and I just need to sit down and do it. So yes. Judy says, doing the alterations in my daughter's wedding dress. The wedding has been brought forward and we discovered it had a broken zip. Hey ho, good job. I can solve that. Hiccup. Wow. Wow. Good luck with that, Judy. I'm sure you will do it beautifully. But yes. Caroline says, I went to Fabricland Reading yesterday, £110 later. Jersey for Adrienne, Ponte for sew over at Nancy and Heather, black cotton for lining for the 8577 bits for daughter-in-law. Nice. As a child of the 70s, definitely go for it. Yeah. And Julie says, remember the tea. I finished my tea. I do have some water. Right, okay, so I've pinned my skirt pieces together. I am now going to start the French seam process. Now, I don't really need this. Do I need this? No, I'll keep it just in case. I'll put it over there. It doesn't need to be there because that'll just get in the way. So let's start French seaming my skirt. Actual sewing, 1 hour and 7 minutes into the hangout. Not the longest and definitely not the shortest. Oh, we've got that jewel feed down. Let's put that down better. Especially with shifty viscose, because just, make your life as easy as possible. So, where did I get to? Caroline says, we have a 10 weeds a day plan. Take a little every day and suddenly the pile is not so bad. Yeah. Yeah. I think the thing that's stopping me is that I have to get a whole bunch of stuff out to do this thing. And none of it's easily accessible at the moment. It never has been. It's another thing I'm looking forward to about redoing a sewing room is to kind of like reorganize the storage situations, because I've got some really good ideas. Yeah, and I hate the idea. So this is the thing. I hate the idea of getting it all out to do 10 things and then putting it all away again to then do the next things. But yeah, I need to go and get a tissue. I should be back in a second. I should take my empty cup away with me as well. Don't move the mannequin. Behave yourselves.
Maybe not now. No. But at some point. Thank you.
Sorry?
Just ask if there was enough bread toast.
I'm back. Stop talking about me, although I can read everything that you've been saying. Right. What did I get to? Gin and Pin says, yes, the shorter length takes just 5.2 meters instead of 7.2. So I think I might try that. Julie says, I'm making a crossbody bag for my 9-year-old baby girl while watching and my boy playing Ben 10 on the Xbox. Nice. Julie says, I will say about the bag though, I like it better. I like the lining better than the fashion fabric. Oh. Is it reversible? Duvalier says, I'm going to make a research of what winter trousers for golf is made out of, since I can't wear my jeans there, but do have a month where I can play golf for free, so need appropriate attire. Yes, definitely. Sal says, morning mannequin mission, moving mannequin mission ago. Duvalier says, any suggestions, anyone? Julie says, Clutter Bugs YouTube channel have a great video on organising and more. And Judy says it's changed now, altering the shoulders as she has lost weight. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's the trouble with brides, isn't it? They always want to lose a little bit more weight and tend to because of the stress of the stuff as well, not even if they don't want to. And yeah, trying to get Big Bird to stay still to measure her for her wedding was fun times. So yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. When's the wedding, Judy? Concentration face again. So Chiana's gotten to the point where she is rather than sleeping, because she's been sleeping like right here, she's kind of moving further and further down. I woke up this morning, she was at the waist level, which just means she's kind of getting fed up with me. Although last night she was determined to be on the lap, and there was no, like, even when I needed to go and do other things, it was just that she was not pleased with me when I moved her. Usually I don't move her because she so infrequently wants to be on the lap that I'm just like, oh yay, I must stay here forever. Yeah, she was coming back even after I'd moved her last night, which was so cute. And she's still kind of chirruping at me now as well. She's not screaming at me as much to come and sit with her on the sofa like she was in that video I showed you at the beginning of the week. And that does always kind of wear off when they're like, oh yeah, I remember I'm pissed with you because you left. Okay. Hour and 13 minutes in, one seam sewn. So yesterday, as I say, I finished my kind of sage green. What colour is that? My green one with the crepe that Mary gave me. I finished it yesterday, other than the hem. And it did take me, I probably started at 2 and finished around about, I finished at 9, but then there was dinner and hand sewing involved in that as well. But I made the skirt first, then I made the sleeves, then I made the bodice, and then I put the sleeves on the bodice, and then I put the bodice together, put the zip in and finished up the back. So it went together quite quickly. For this one, I've already done the sleeves. So after I've made this skirt, I can move straight on to the bodice, which is awesome. I'm very annoyed with myself for getting the continuous lap in wrong, and I'm trying to think if I can rectify it, because I think I might be able to unpick the cuffs and move things around, because one of the continuous lap is folded under and one's not. So I think if I don't know if I'd have to take the entire cuff off, or if I could just unpick and no, I think I'd have to take the entire cuff off because it's going to be out of whack. But that's not too bad because I slip stitched one side down as the pattern. Oh, well, no, that again, I made them up, so that's why. Yeah. I slip stitched the cuff down on the inside, so it's only the outer that's machine sewn. I think I might do that, you know. What I'll do though is I'll get this skirt done and then I'll make the bodice and then I'll have a look at the cuffs, because it will bug me if they're done up the wrong way. Need to make some covered buttons for this as well. Really like this fabric, so I am not at all worried about having two dresses in it, especially as they're going to be so very different. I've been thinking about what to do with the bias binding that Laura from the Specky Seamstress sent me. Somebody mentioned the belladonna dress, which would be cool, although there's only enough to trim the top of it, and I like to trim, if I'm doing the belladonna, I always like to do the hem in the same bias binding as well. If Laura's putting that one up for sale, I think I'll go back and buy a couple more meters of it so I can trim the dress of it as well, because I think that would look really, really cool. Nicholas says, my daughter and I started watching The Vampire Diaries because I kept hearing you mention it, trying to get it all watched before it comes off of Netflix on November the 12th, only on season 3. Oh, wow. I didn't know it was leaving Netflix. I'm glad that I rewatched it when I did, and I hope you get through it. What are you thinking so far? Although I have to say, after season 3, Elena starts to annoy me. But yeah. And are you a team Damon or a team Stefan? I am team Damon. Those eyes, oh, so pretty. But yeah, what do you think, Nicola? Caroline says, last wedding dress I made, the bride anxiety ate night before the wedding and had to remake the lace over jacket as it didn't fasten and had all been French seamed. Oh no. Nicola says, oh, she'd have both of them. See, I'm not a Stefan fan. Judy says, hopefully I'll get to start my dress this afternoon. Rachel fitted the bodice 12 for me. Wedding on the 30th of October, all being well. We're having fun sorting a 15-person wedding. Yes. Because I know you've bought some fancy fabric for it, Judy. Which pattern did you go for in the end? Oh, I need to make the Deer and Doe Magnolia as well. Sorry, 70s patterns, 70s style patterns are popping into my head, left, right, and centre. And the reason that one popped into my head is because when Big Bird was here, I helped her fit her toile of her magnolia. Sal says, yeah, loved it when my kids slept on me, best feeling in the world. But now 2 of the 3 sons are taller than me, I would be crushed. Well, yes. Linda says, Damon all the way, but not sure about his wig. Yeah. Yes. Did read that right. Oh. Sorry. Nicholas says we're loving it. It's right up our street. However, hubby keeps muttering the words "not that crap" whenever he walks in. Yeah, totally. Have you watched the Gilmore Girls? If you haven't, that's the next one that you need to start watching because you'll love that too. I've just started season 7. I'm powering through it. Okay, one trimmed. Let's do the other one. Christine says, watch the last night premiere of the 3rd season of Discovery. It was kind of interesting, blah. Yeah, they I watched it too, and I don't want to spoiler it for anyone. I wondered how they were going to do it because Discovery is meant to be before the original series, and it's like, well, how does and I like how they've done it with the technology that it makes sense for the original series to then be the original series and what it was. But yeah, they've done it really well in the past, so I'm not discounting them making a good go of this. But yeah. Anyone else a Discovery fan? I've told Mum and Dad to rewatch season 2 so that they can remind themselves of what's going on, because I was a little bit lost at the beginning and it was like, oh yeah. But it was a while ago. Judy says fabric is it over fancy just an Atelier Bronet crepe, and it's the Zenith by Maisonette Fauve, and Rachel is in love with the pattern. I have never heard of them. I shall have to research afterwards. Dee says, I think Vampire Diaries comes off on November the 1st. I'm having to binge watch it up to season 7, Team Damon, but I see Stefan's attraction more second time around. Also, can we mention Klaus and Elijah? Oh, Elijah. Yeah. Are you Team Klaus or Team Elijah? I'm not a big fan of Klaus. He reminds me of Alfie Allen, which is not, just a bad thing. But Alfie Allen for now, for me, will forever be Reek. But yeah, Elijah, he was very pretty. Liked him a lot. And Catherine was mad. Oh, and Lexi, the actress who plays Lexi, is also Lindsay in the Gilmore Girls. And there's so many, like Rami Malek was in the Gilmore Girls. There's so many kind of celebrity sightings in the Gilmore Girls, and it's just like, people have gone on to do like massive other things, and they're all so tiny and baby. It's so cute. Christine says, yeah, exactly, blah, a lot, but we'll get better for sure. I hope so. Stephanie says, hi everyone, it is so nice to have some company while sewing. Welcome, Stephanie. And Judy says, oh, autocorrect. Fabric isn't overly fancy. Pattern company is Maison Poivre. I shall have to check them out. Oh, have you guys... okay, so pattern... Oh, now let's get this right. Still got that Montclair dress for 17 grand. Is it pattern? Don't think it is this one. No, it's not this one. There's a couple of new to me pattern companies. One of them is laforme.ru. So it's LAFORME.RU. And I was really struggling with their website because who was it? Oh, Julian. I've been following them, and Julian tagged me in a picture of the latest raincoat that they put up, and it is a thing of beauty. So that to me, perfect trench coat. So, and it was €6, but I was having real trouble actually buying it. The website kept saying that it wouldn't accept my PayPal. But there's another one as well that I believe is a Russian-based pattern company, and it's gorgeous. And I can't remember at the top of my head now, but I will put links in the description of this. But I'm going to be doing a Get the Look for Less video featuring a lot of their patterns because they remind me so much of Zimmermann patterns, and you guys know how obsessed I am with Zimmermann. So yes. Oh, whoopsie. It'll be nice to have enough room to not have to shimmy around and accidentally put the foot of my machine down when I walk past my machine. Oh dear. Oh dear. Sal says, talking about vampires, Bram Stoker's great grandnephew Drace C. Stoker is on Facebook. He knows a lot about Dracula novel Bram wrote. Highly recommend following him. Good knowledge. Debbie says, I'm so behind on shows I have given up. I would have loved to binge True Blood though. Joe Mangiello. Yes, I have binged True Blood and very much enjoyed it. Suke. Oh dear. Yes, he's married to Sofia Varga, isn't he? They're both very lucky because she's just stunning too. Yes, giant werewolf. Let's get this pressed so I can sew the second pass of my French seam. Rachel Lynn says, good morning all. Was the pattern company Vicky Sews? Possibly. I don't know. I can't remember off the top of my head. I'd have to scroll through my Instagram, and I don't want to because I'll be very silent if I do that. Caroline says, I'm binging Criminal Minds at the moment. Oh, no, actually, you're right. It could be Vicky Sews. Yes. Thank you, Rachel Lynn. I was thinking of a different pattern company that isn't called Vicky Sews, but I think you might be right. Thank you very much, Rachel Lynn. Yes. So laforme.ru and then also Vicky Sews is the other one. I am in love with their aesthetics. You can tell I've been watching other YouTubers, can't you? And I do think they're very Zimmermann-esque, both of them. So yes, good knowledge, Rachel Lynn. Caroline says, I'm binging Criminal Minds at the moment. I put it on in the background while I work in my sewing shed, and is now my office too. Yeah, I love Criminal Minds. Although I'm glad some of the writers are writers, because they had some inventive ways to murder people. And yeah. But yeah, no, I enjoy Criminal Minds as well. Although quite a lot of people have said that there's a certain season that you should just stop watching after. Nimue says, I have to get back into watching shows in general. I'm so out of the loop. Rewatching Criminal Minds is always high on the list. But first I need to reread some Harry Potter before November. I'm re-listening to Harry Potter at the moment, because as I think I've mentioned now, I don't read physical books anymore, just because of the the sheer amount of eye strain that doing this every day and then reading a book, watching a book, like you can absorb the story by osmosis. Watching a book, reading a book, really kind of, I just struggle. Like there's a Peter F. Hamilton, and I love him, and I haven't read it yet. It's The Great North Road. I started reading it, and I really enjoyed the first chapter. The other side of that as well is there's a first edition giant hardback, and so it's not the easiest thing to read either. But yeah, the only time, I think I've told you guys this before, the only time I really read is when I am on holiday on my Kindle. I do take my Kindle, I did take it up to London with me, and I do take it on the train and things, but I tend to end up editing on the train, and then when I've had enough of the sound and sight of myself, I put a movie on. But I do listen to a lot of audiobooks. I'm up to The Hippopotamus Pool with the Amelia Peabody series, which I am thoroughly enjoying. So thank you very much, Caroline. Let's see. Nimue says, I have taken the plunge and signed up for a NaNo challenge. What's one of those, Nimue? Let us know. Inquiring minds want to know. And Rachel Lynn says, I tend to binge NCIS LA, My Pretty Boys. What NCIS did I watch? I think it was the Vegas one. Have I got that right? Chris says, sorry I'm late to the hangout. Did I miss much? I was listening to a true crime book, The Nothing Man. Very good. Oh, cool. Welcome, Chris. You haven't missed much at all. I waffled for an hour and 7 minutes, and then I started sewing. And so far I have sewn 2 seams. And I am now pressing them so that I can finish off the front seams. Caroline says to Rachel Lynn, oh yes, love that, such pretty boys. There's NCIS, NCIS LA, and NCIS New Orleans. Is the NCIS the one that's set in Las Vegas? Which is the one that's set in Las Vegas, if I've got that wrong? I know it's crime scene investigation, but what does the N stand for? And if it isn't NCIS that was in Vegas, which is the one that was in Vegas? Because I enjoyed that. I liked those characters. I can't remember what the name of it is. Oh dear. I can't remember the last time that I sat down and watched actual TV. It was the Great British Sewing Bee. That I watched TV live. I just CSI in Vegas. Thank you. What is the N for? Is it in Washington? Naval crime scene. Oh, I didn't even know about that. I've heard about it, but I've not watched it. Duvalier says, okay, that's official. Clothing brands don't understand that a fluffy person might enjoy a sport that doesn't allow yoga pants and is trying to get more active. Why do they do that? My rant is over. Yeah, Duvalier, I just, yeah. It's very frustrating, the dictates that mainstream or ready-to-wear labels put on people. Like, you are this size, so clearly you must want this, or you are doing this, so clearly you must want this. It's another reason I got into sewing my own clothes. Victoria says there was CSI in Las Vegas. And then Nimoy says NaNO is National Novel Writers Month. Usually you aim to write 50,000 within the month. Rough as it may be, a fanfic site I'm part of also offers to aim only 25,000, which sounds more like me. Oh, very cool. Caroline says that's CSI set in Vegas. NCSI is Naval Criminal Investigation Services. Ah, okay. Julie says, I'm listening to Silky's Are a Girl's Best Friend at the moment. It's the 4th in a series about the Mystic Bayou by Molly Harper. Sounds interesting. Debbie says hello to Duvalier. Laurie Moore is here. Hi all. Chiming in to say I'm reading Ravenwood Mysteries. It's set in the 1900s San Francisco. A strong female character that reminds me of Miss Fisher. Oh, nice. Ravenwood Mysteries. I'll need to remember that. Crofton Bev says, hi all, have been listening about all these series. I own 23 different TV series because I can watch them when I want. Yeah. I used to have all of the Stargate original series on DVD. And I clearly bought some kind of a collector's edition, because when I actually sold it on eBay, I sold it for more than I bought it for, which was amazing. I have Farscape on DVD. My DVD player doesn't work at the moment, which is really annoying. But I'm actually thinking about getting a PlayStation, because Wilson plays a lot of games online, and it would be a way of us hanging out together in the evenings without actually having to be in each other's presence physically, which I really like the idea of. And then it would be a DVD player as well, which is a really stupid reason to buy a PlayStation, because obviously I can buy a very cheap DVD player, but the other reason is the main one. But it would act as both. So yes, I have all of Downton Abbey on my Apple TV. So I bought all of Downton Abbey. I've bought all of the Gilmore Girls on Apple, so I can have that whenever I want. But it's just easier because it's on Netflix. So if I watch it on my computer, I have to download it. Whereas Netflix is just streaming it. So, and my internet's up to that at the moment, which is great. What other series do I have? Can't remember. I think that's it, actually, because they were quite expensive. I've got Farscape as well on DVD. I'm missing one of the box sets. I lent it to somebody and I never got it back. And it's probably really difficult to replace. I haven't looked. I really ought to. Yes. I started watching Private Practice on Amazon, and they took it off because their license had run out, and I think they were trying to, because I think it's come back, but I only got halfway through it before they took it away, and I hadn't realized that they were taking it away, so it was just a bit annoying. Grey's Anatomy is another one that I love. I am a couple of seasons behind on that one though. Sal says, I have the complete DVD box set of Stargate SG-1. I love it. Yeah, I kind of regret selling my one, but I think I sold it for room, because I had all 10, 12. It was 10 series, and then there was the standalone movies, wasn't there? I had all of it, so it was quite chunky. Gin and Pin says, I bought a daylight bulb for my birthday to make evening hand sewing and reading easier on my eyes, just working out which lamp to put it in. Reading The Golden Thread at the moment. Oh, I've heard about that. I need to read that. Duvalier says hi to Debbie. Crafton Bev says, I love Farscape, me too. Sal says, what season are you missing, Sean? Of Farscape. I'm only missing one because I've got the box sets that came in 5. So I'm missing 2 DVDs of one season, and I can't remember which one it is. I'll have to have a look. I think it's season 2. I think I'm missing the second box set of season 2. But again, I'll have a look when we move and I organize everything again. Caroline says, I had a box set of more recent Battlestar Galactica, but somehow it seems to be at my son's. Funny that. Mum's rewatching that at the moment. Laurie says to Caroline, I love that. I could read most for free. Debbie says to Duvalier, I bought the 70th anniversary Birder. The regular sizes had all beautiful vintage gorgeousness. The fuller size figure section, hideous yoga pants and slouchy jumpers. Not happy. Oh, why do they do that? That's so frustrating. Rachel Lynn says, I'm reading Hell Spells by Devon Monk. It's 6 in the Ordinary series about a town where gods come to vacation. Ooh, that sounds fun. Did we start a book thread on the Peeps group? I think we need to. Alison says, the only box set of TV series that I own is The Sopranos and 6 Feet Under. I never watched The Sopranos, and I started 6 Feet Under, but I never felt the need to finish it. Oh, they've re-released Dexter, haven't they? They're going to put a new ending on Dexter, because I think a lot of people were frustrated with how the original one ended. Debbie says, I have all the Stargate stuff as research for Stargate LUP I go to. Oh, cool. I love Stargate. I was thinking about rewatching that the other day. I don't know if it's on anywhere, so I could. Laurie says to Rachel Lynn, that sounds interesting. Duvalier says, I wanted to try... Oh, excuse me. Big yawn. Duvalier says, I wanted to try Acorn TV, but they don't stream in Lithuania, so trying something new. I've cancelled all streaming services and now live with YouTube, don't have a TV, and don't feel I'm missing a lot. Yeah, everybody, like Morgan Donna and Noelle and Bernadette have all started being sponsored by Acorn TV, and some of the shows on there I'd never even heard of, like Gentleman Jack. Where is that? So I need to have a look into that. But I'm sorry they don't stream in Lithuania. Have you thought about getting a VPN so that you can hide your country of origin, so that you can say you're in, say, for example, the United Kingdom or the States and watch it? I think that's how they work, but I'm not 100% sure. Caroline says, I won the Battlestar Galactica set in a competition, must get it back. Yes, Crafting Bev said, I did not like how they ended Dexter. I agree with you. I didn't like how it ended, but I thought it was an apt ending because I didn't think they could do what they would normally do with somebody who does what Dexter does, because it would negate the whole kind of premise of him not being the awfulest person in the world of the show if the letter of the law was observed. I'm trying not to spoil or anything. I didn't like it, but I agreed with it. I'm going to be interested to see what they do with it next. Sal says, oh yeah, the ending of Dexter killed the show, pun intended. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, but this is the thing, isn't it? Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. I kind of thought that it was a justifiable ending, like as in poetic, you know, kind of he deserved it, I think. But again, I don't want to spoil or anything for anyone who's not watched it and wants to. Dexter is awesome. It's really good, really, really good. Although I did spoiler it for my best friend because she told me she'd finished watching season 6, and I spouted out about like the things that happened in the last 2 episodes of season 7, forgetting that there were 7 seasons. and that Tatty hadn't watched any of it, so I like completely ruined it for her. I was just like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't like it, but I thought it was an apt ending. Let's leave that one there because I do spoil or anything. Duvalier says to Debbie, I know, I looked at it and the store without it, and it's really one of the reasons why I wanted to learn to sew. And left the store without it. That was the Burda anniversary issue. Aunt B's Creation says, have a great Sunday, everyone. You too. Julie says, sometimes the fluffy sizes in Burda style talk to me more than the non-fluffy patterns. I wish that it would be inclusive for everybody. Like, I agree with you, Julie. Sometimes the fluffy sizes, as you've termed it, which I do like, do appeal to me more than the regular patterns. But why can't, and I appreciate that they have to do it off different blocks and that it is a lot of work, but why not just make the patterns accessible for everybody? Why cut a certain size range off from either? I don't understand that. So, and I do understand that it is a lot of work to grade a pattern for any amount of sizes. I looked into releasing patterns a very long time ago, and it is an expensive undertaking. I do understand that, but I don't understand why people limit things in that way. Cecilia says, my sister gave me a series of Angel, the spin-off from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and I wouldn't shut up about how attractive the main actor is. Yes. Yes. David Boreanaz. Have you watched Bones as well then, Cecilia? I loved Bones. Loved it. My favourite episode of the Angel one was season 5 when they all got turned into puppets. That was my favourite. I absolutely loved Angel, Buffy, Dollhouse, and Firefly, and Serenity. And I'm so disappointed that Joss Whedon has turned out to be what he's turned out to be. So yeah. Ray Fisher is currently petitioning DC. No, it's not. So Warner Brothers. For an investigation about how he and other people were treated on set of the Justice League, especially during the reshoots, because the original director had to quit for some reason, and Joss Whedon came in, and it was an unpleasant is a minor understatement, working environment, and he's currently petitioning for an independent investigation because it's not being independent at the moment. But again, it's kind of, it's similar to the thing that's happening with J.K. Rowling. She is an incredibly problematic human being, and her views, now that she is voicing them, are awful. And yeah, and it's kind of the same thing that people are doing with the Harry Potter world. They're taking it as their own, and it was created by her, but it's not hers anymore. It belongs to the fans. And I think it's the same kind of thing with the Joss Whedon early work, like Buffy and Angel and Dollhouse and Firefly and Serenity, and the first 2 Avengers movies to a degree. But he is so problematic. But he created this world, and at the time was putting out a very different portrayal of who he was. And again, the fans have been like, this is ours, you can't take that away from us. But yes, Angel, sorry, that went down a very serious path, didn't it? But yeah. Anyway, where did I get to? Caroline says, Gentleman Jack is on BritBox. Thank you. Nimoy says, listing all of the shows I own on DVD exceeds the space of this comment. Relying on streaming in Germany is iffy due to rights and dubbing, and I don't know the details. Julie says, I've never watched Dexter. Duvalier says, I've looked into a VPN, but it costs around $20 a month, so I'm staying away from it at the moment. Maybe later when I feel the need for more variety in my life. Yeah, I didn't have a clue about how much they cost. And obviously if you've got that cost on top of then the cost of the streaming services as well, it ends up being very expensive. It's like Mum and Dad were asking me the other day why we still have a Sky subscription, and it's for Sky Atlantic, and then also where we currently are, that's the only way we can get TV. But we pay for Netflix, we pay for Disney. Well, I pay for Netflix, I pay for Disney. Mum and Dad pay for Amazon Prime. But there's Acorn TV, BritBox, there's all these other subscription services. And once you start putting the cost of all of those together, it equates to the same as a Sky kind of like monthly charge as well. And it's getting to the point where you're having to pick and choose, like there's Apple TV as well, that you're picking and choosing the shows that you want to watch. Based like Duvalier is, she's decided to kind of like get rid of everything at the moment and just stick to YouTube, which is working for her. But yeah, it's all these different services. Like, as I say, we've got Amazon Prime, Netflix, and Disney. I really want Stars because some of the shows that are coming out on that are amazing. But again, that's another, and you're just ending up spending so much money. So yeah. Crafton Bev says, as much as I did not like the ending, I own the series. Are you looking forward to the reboot then, Crafton Bev, of Dexter? I'm assuming we're talking about there. Julie says, I'm watching an oldie but a goodie, Friends. Yeah, I've always got Friends on rotation. Nimoy says, some shows do things that we don't like, but that makes perfect sense. Sometimes shows just throw plausibility to the curb and wonder the fans get upset. Fanfic thrives on those moments. Yes, totally. Louise is here. Hello, Louise. How are you, my lovely? Duvalier says, there is a German magazine, Fashion Style, and all their patterns are sized from 34 to 54. It's it's very inclusive. That's the one I still buy from time to time, even though I don't speak a word in German. Oh, wow. Sal says, Buffy ended because Sarah Michelle Gellar had enough of the combat training required for the show, I can imagine. They carried it on in comic book form, didn't they? But I liked how they ended Buffy. I did like how they ended Buffy. I thought that was the TV show of Buffy. They carried the story on though, but yeah, I did like how they did that. Caroline says, yes, Dexter isn't happily ever after ending type of show. So while I felt it ended leaving me wanting, I don't know that it wasn't fitting. Yeah, I agree, Carolyn. I thought it was one of those ones where it was like, he can't have happily ever after, but he also can't have the, yeah, it was, apt. Yeah. Ilova says CSI. Cecilia says, I haven't watched Bones. I met my husband shortly after I stopped watching the show and my attraction got all redirected. Bones is really good. I really enjoyed Bones. Yeah, I did enjoy Bones a lot. I thought they did that well. Although David Boreanaz is obviously in his 30s and then 40s in that, whereas obviously in Angel he was getting to the point where he was early 30s and he wasn't looking as quite as beautiful and fresh-faced as he was supposed to be as the sort of 25-year-old vampire he started out as. Julie says, I have no idea what's going on as usual. Crafton Bev says, because I live on a very limited income, I only have Netflix, Prime and Disney. With the cost of my internet, that's all I can really afford, and I do not have regular TV. Yeah, if we didn't have to have regular TV, if we didn't have to have Sky, I don't think we'd to have any kind of TV, to have because you can get Freeview boxes and stuff now, but we have to have Sky to get any kind of signal to the house. When we move, we won't need that, so we're going to reassess. Rose Brown says, hi from East Seattle. Welcome back, Sean. Thank you, Rose. Caroline says, we still have to have a BBC TV license. Yeah, that annoys me. Crafted Bev says, I would love to see it where they're going to show it. Ooh. I think it's on. Oh, I've seen it advertised somewhere. I don't know, but if you Google, you'll find it. Charlie says, I loved Bones. Caroline says, I love Bones. Shame it ended, but SEAL Team is good too. I haven't watched that. I need to see that. That's the latest one that David Boreanaz went into, isn't it? Sal says, yeah, the end of Buffy was great. Ended with a bang. Yeah. Duvlay says, I've added up all the cost of streaming services and really the Sat TV monthly fee came out to be the same with a lot more variety. So yes, I'm supporting the independent creators with my views. Awesome. It's taken me nearly an hour to sew 2 seams. Okay. 1 French seam done. I went to, I think it was in February or January of this year, but I went to see a live version of Once More with Feeling, the musical episode of Buffy, and it was from a company called Musical, I think. And it was brilliant. It was an absolute send up, like a complete piss take. It was really, really funny. They'd done it really well. Why am I pinning this? I never pin this. They'd done it really well. And when they'd announced it, it sold out within minutes. So they put on a second date the next day, the next evening at the same theatre. And apparently Joss Whedon went in person to see it and loved it. He tweeted about it. And my friend is a huge Joss Whedon fan up until recently. And yeah, she messaged me and she was like, oh my god, he was there. He wasn't there the night that we were there, but he was like, oh. So it was like, yeah. Oops. Skirt's falling off of the side. Don't want that. Just make sure I'm fine. Nice and flat. My stomach is starting to rumble. I may have to abandon you to go and make some toast. I did ask for toast when I went out, but they may have forgotten. It's okay. Right, so I need to put on some bias binding. And then I can press this and hang this up and we can start working on the bodice, which is going to be good. I might just stick my head out the door and ask if toast is a possibility, and if it's not, I'll go and make my own. I'll be back in a second. I'm not leaving the room though, so don't move the mannequin, because that'll freak me out. she's just released a new book. I need it. In fact, there's about 3 of her books that I want. Yeah.
Mum's making me toast.
She had forgotten about me. How can anyone forget about me? I'm so noisy. Let's see. Where did I get to? Louise says, I just have YouTube Prime and Disney and no TV license, not paying the BBC my hard-earned cash. I still, yeah, there's a lot of, I was going to say, I still want to be able to watch The Great British Sewing Bee, but that's a really expensive show if I just buy my TV license for that. Mum and Dad watch a lot of BBC though, so yeah. Nimue says, we're obviously all behind on chatting with one another. No wonder we keep distracting you from sewing. That's fine. It's very nice. It's nice to hang out with you guys. I have been looking forward to this. Crafty Bev says, Showtime is doing a remake of Dexter and they are starting production in 2021. Oh, awesome. So we've got plenty of time to catch up with the show. Showtime, is that another one that you have to have a subscription for? Nicholas says, don't worry, Sean, it's taken me 2 hours to fold a few bits of fabric and drink a cup of tea. Been listening to you and Googling stuff you mentioned. I'm sorry, I'm such an enabler. Chris says, can I ask if you ever thought of using a projector for your patterns, Sean? Sorry to change the subject, but I've just ordered one from Amazon. I don't have room for it where we are at the moment. But yes, I have seen a couple of people do it and it looks really cool. But we don't have room for it at the moment and I'm not sure it's going to work where we move to. Or at least the type that I've seen. You'll have to let us know how you get on, Chris. Nimue says, I have the album that goes with Once More with Feeling. It's such a brilliant episode. Yes, definitely. Sal says, it was amazing that the actors actually do the singing in that Buffy episode. Yep. Nimue says, and I managed to cut out my joggers and I'm now changing threads in my overlocker. Awesome. Cecilia says, I finally finished my coffee and now yoga. Awesome. Enjoy, Cecilia. Michelle says, hello, hello, hello. Late but here. Hi, Michelle. How are you? Alison says, Chris, there is a group on Facebook for using projectors for patterns. Ah, good knowledge, Alison. Caroline says, currently, if you watch TV, you have to have a license. It's not optional and fines are nasty. It's supposed to be changing, though. Alison says, does anyone have an expanding sewing gauge? I'm thinking of buying one. What do you mean by that? And Sal says, I got a photo with Spike, James Masters. Yes. I once saw James Masters with my best friend. We were walking down Tottenham Court Road where I lived and he was walking the other way and I hadn't seen him, but Natasha was like, oh my God, there was Spike, like this. And we were like, and we turned around and we were about to chase after him. And then we realized that we were human beings and so was he. And that would be really rude and that we didn't do it. And then afterwards, we heard so many people being like, he would have loved that. You should have chased him down. But yes. So technically I've seen Spike in real, or James Masters in real life, but I didn't clock who it was. It was Natasha who realized who it was. So yeah. Right. Let's get this bias binding on. Then I can press all of the seams. And then can hang this up and start working with this. I have chicken thigh chow mein for dinner this evening. I made it last night, and so I have a portion left over for this evening, and I'm really, really looking forward to it because it was very yummy. I tried making chow mein at home before with Blue Dragon sauces and stuff, and it wasn't the same. And this one's not the same as the shop bought one, but it is much better than the Blue Dragon one that I attempted.
some more in here. Having a cup of tea as well.
One's got a sink. This for you, so that would be lovely. Thank you. Okay, one side in. Let's do the other. Nimue says James Masters is great. I loved his part in Torchwood. Yes. Sal says James was great as Brainiac in Smallville. Yes. Alison says an expanding sewing gauge is made by Simplex and is used for placing buttonholes, pleats. It expands just like an accordion. It's awesome. Highly recommend. Get one. Don't break it now. Yes. Sorry, in my head it's just Simplex, but it does say expanding sewing gauge on it. Highly recommend. Love it. Use it on all of my shirt dresses. Duvlay says Dame Helen Mirren was filming in Vilnius, Lithuania, and my friend and I saw her on the street and said to ourselves that couldn't possibly be her. To find out 2 weeks later that it really was her. Oh, how funny. I was reading something the other day. It was, I can't remember, it was on Facebook, but it was like apparently Dolly Parton came second in a Dolly Parton lookalike contest, and she lost to a drag queen. Sorry, I was going to use the wrong word there. She lost to a drag queen, and Hugh Jackman's been to Comic-Con twice in Wolverine costume, and people have commented that he's too short to be Wolverine. And Charlie Chaplin didn't even place in a Charlie Chaplin lookalike contest. It's one of those things that you kind of like when you see somebody in real life, then you kind of if you know them from something else, it doesn't equate in real life when you see them. So yeah. Julie's going back to her audiobook. Enjoy, Julie, and I will hydrate. Susan says, I have Simplex sewing gauge and I've had it for years. I make a lot of blouses, so find it very useful. Yes. Yes. I got mine when Lauren recommended it from Guthrie and Garney, and I think I bought it from her as well because it was, at that point, it wasn't very easy to find in the UK. But yes, I highly recommend. Highly recommend. Okie dokie. Let's do this one. The green crepe fabric that I made this out of yesterday was kind of weird to work with because it had such a crepe on it. It was quite stretchy. You could pull it so it was flat. So trying to sew in the zip and stuff like that was interesting. Like, it went in first time, and the waist seam and the back of the midriff panel. The midriff panel's fine. The waist seam is out by about 1 millimeter, but it's one of those ones where it's like, I'm not unpicking that. So yeah, it would be nice to do it. Whilst this is a crepe as well, it's a much more stable crepe. It still has that kind of the pebbly texture, but not as pebbled as the green fabric. You'll be seeing that one on Monday afternoon or Monday evening. Concentration phase. Where do we get to? Sal says to Dublé, have you seen Helen Mirren movie, the new Helen Mirren movie, The Good Liar? I haven't, no. Our cinemas have closed down again in the UK. Well, SeaWorld has, which is the cinema that we have on the island. Which is sad, although it's not gone into receivership, but it has closed its doors again.
It's a bit of a doorstep. Your dad cut it. Could have done 2 pieces out of that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hopefully I've made it nice and juicy with
yes,
soft butter. And...
Could I have a towel thingy?
Yeah.
Thank you. Itchy eyeball. So who's tried Marmite since the last time we spoke? Because there was a lot of debate about lots of you trying to find it at your local supermarkets and things.
Okay, we're just about to go for our walk.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your walk.
Yes. You will, won't we, Susie? Yeah. No toast for you.
Duvalet says, for us it was more of a fact that she was in Lithuania. It's a small country and that not a lot of people visit. Yeah, I can imagine you would just like, that can't be her. That can't be. Alison says, I'm definitely going to buy one. I'm also going to buy a cover stitch machine. I'm currently looking at the Janome 1000, which is on Gumtree, secondhand, but has never been used. Ooh, nice. And Duvalet has not seen the new Helen Mirren movie yet. These are really hard doorstops. Hopefully I can eat this. Michelle says, I think I'm going to have to build a fire. It's too cold for me, 35 degrees. We're currently 22 in here. I'm chilly. Mum's walked in and said she's warm, and I'm like, brrr. Bit chilly. Nimue says, I literally almost ran into John Higgins, the snooker player at the first German Masters. Apologised, moved on and cursed myself 2 seconds later. I've literally run into Alan Titchmarsh walking up from Steep Hill Cove. Apparently his cousin or something lives on the road behind us. I think I've told you guys this before as well, but Mr. Twining, who owns the tea company, lives just around the corner from here as well. I've not bumped into him, but Mum and Dad have. Charlie says, my niece was working in London's West End. She was going home with an enormous bunch of flowers they had given her. She crossed the road at the time. She crossed the road at the same time as Judy Dench got out of her car. Judy Dench said, thanks, dear, and grabbed the bunch of flowers and disappeared into the back entrance of the theatre, leaving my niece open-mouthed. Oh, bless. Oh, no. Must be such a reflex reaction for her, like just people coming at her with flowers and it wasn't for her. Oh, no, how mortifying. Sal says, Sean, The Good Liar is on digital release. Oh, cool. And Duvalet said to Sal she was filming Catherine the Great for HBO. Nice. Charlie said, I have a 6-pack of Marmite crisps with me now. I bought some of those before I left Wilson's house and I only had 1 packet. I bought Worcestershire sauce. I can't say it normally now. Worcestershire sauce and Marmite crisps, and then I bought him a packet of McCoy's really spicy ones. He was very happy. The only thing he doesn't like is the Marmite ones, although he doesn't know he doesn't like Marmite. He doesn't try it very often. Chris says Vegemite, Aussie. Alison says Vegemite is the best, especially now they're bringing out salt reduced one. Nancy says The Good Liar was in cinemas this time last year. It's available on Google Play and apparently on YouTube. It's brilliant. So Ian is her foil acting at its best. Oh wow. And Olivia says, what is Vegemite? Vegemite is the Australian equivalent of Marmite, although the Australians will say that Marmite is the English equivalent of Vegemite. Paula says, haha, Marmite was me going to get a little bottle this week, so report will come to you next time you live stream. Oh, awesome, Paula. I've told you this, but my cousin lives on the Gold Coast in Australia, and her mum just sent her 2 of the giant tubs of Marmite. So she was very happy. She put it up on Facebook. She was like, yes. Oh. Olivia says, I don't know what Marmite is. I'm in America. Okay. Marmite is a spread that you put on, I mean, you can use it for loads of things, but predominantly you have it on toast or crumpets. Very thin layer. And it is a yeast extract. And it is actually, they discovered it was a byproduct of the beer industry. So when they brew vats of beer, this is what was left at the bottom of it. Obviously, it's slightly changed in production now. But yes, it's basically a yeast extract and has a very distinctive flavour. And the entire advertising campaign around Marmite in the UK is you either love it or you hate it. I personally, as you can tell, love it. I also particularly like it dipped into tomato ketchup because the sweetness of the tomato ketchup with the saltiness of the Marmite is just, oh. But I've stopped doing that because there is so much sugar in ketchup. I've stopped eating ketchup pretty much entirely. I very rarely have it. I have it when I have fries, and I very rarely have fries anymore. But yes, so basically it's a yeast extract, and Vegemite is the same, I believe, although no Australians come for me. So Paul is saying to Olivia, dear Olivia, you're not the only one that doesn't know what it is. I pretty much have it every time I do a live stream. And I believe you can get it in America in the foreign food section. It's kind of like a black round jar with a yellow lid. It's definitely not a fruit spread, Olivia. Sal says, for the lady that is the age of Helen Mirren is, she's still very attractive. She's beautiful, absolutely stunning. Nancy says, for those who can't find it, look in the baking aisle at the look at the baking aisle in the grocers. It is a yeast-based product, and here in Canada, that's where you'll find it. Okay. Nimue says, sewing question. I don't think my fluffy fabric will take interfacing to stabilize the pocket edge. What would the Peeps go for? Would the Peeps go for stay stitching instead? Yes. If it's jogging bottoms, clear elastic, that's used to stabilize stuff as well, isn't it? Can you sew some clear elastic into that part rather than interfacing? Alison says, for some strange reason, you cannot send Vegemite to the US. Oh, weird. Gin and Pin says, I sat near Terry Pratchett on a train, but was too tongue-tied to say anything. But thank you as I passed when I got off the train. I don't think anyone knew who he was. I hate Marmite. That's an awesome sighting. Oh, Terry Pratchett was amazing. Dagmar says you can find Marmite at the Whole Foods section in the US. Nice. Olivia says, what sort of flavour could you say it's similar to? That's the thing. It's a flavour in and of itself. It's salty, strong, which is why you use a very little of it. Paula says she has to Google Terry Pratchett. Oh my goodness, have you not heard of Terry Pratchett? Oh, Good Omens was written by him and Neil Gaiman, and the Prime adaptation of it, if you've not watched it, if you've got Amazon Prime, the adaptation of that book, it was amazing. They did it really, really, really well. Terry Pratchett did Discworld, Colour of Magic. Oh, I'm so excited for you to get to start reading all of that. Sorry, random. Yeah, Olivia. Strong, salty. I mean, I love it. I have it on crisps. They put it in chocolate. They do it on cashew nuts. I love it on cashew nuts. It's not like anything else. It's a flavor in and of itself. Anyone else got any other things to add to what Marmite tastes like? Michelle says, I did finally decide to try it. Was very salty on my taste buds. I would have to say I'm not a top fan. Yeah, no, Michelle, it's either a love it or you hate it situation. I love it. I'm sorry you don't. I sent Michelle a small jar of it in the care package I sent her a couple of years ago. She only worked up the courage to have it now. Nicola says, I lived in Australia and I've tried Vegemite and tried Marmite here in the UK, and I will definitely say they're equally bleh. I'm defo a team hate it. Yeah, that is literally their advertising campaign, is you either love it or you hate it. Nimue says, me and my machine hate clear elastic. I do too, Nimue. I tend to avoid it at all costs. I would stay stitch and understitch if you can. Alison says the best way to have Vegemite is on hot toasted sourdough with a lot of butter, and then add the Vegemite so it mixes with the butter. Yeah, except Marmite. Makey says Terry Pratchett is one of my favourite writers. His books are so lovely and funny. Yes. Nancy says the closest comparison I can think of is a very strong, thick, salty HPCC sauce. See, I don't like HB brown sauce. I'm weird. Gin and Vin says, definitely a hater. It tastes yuck. Michelle says, I'm not a big fat salt fan either. That could be why you don't like it, Michelle. But yeah. Duvalier says, my answer would be Marmite tastes like Marmite. You can't compare it to anything else. Yeah, yeah. Marmite roast potatoes. Oh, so good. I do think the Marmite chocolate went a bit far, but having said that, I can't say that I've definitely tasted it. Marmite cashew nuts are great. Charlie says, I was a treasurer at a writers' conference. Terry Pratchett came to speak there. He said he started writing to finance getting a greenhouse, but he could probably glass over the entire rainforest. He donated his entire fee to an orangutan charity. Oh, wow. Alison says, Nigella Lawson's recipe with pasta with butter and Marmite, and she recommends Vegemite and cheese. I have never tried it. Big Bird swears by that. I think I've tried it a couple of times. Ooh, making me hungry now. Suville says Nigella Lawson cooks a pasta dish using Marmite as for flavouring. Yeah. I put they do say to put yeast in some of the curries that I make, and I use Marmite instead of just a yeast. Nimue says, I never had Marmite, but I've had other Germans who both describe it as Maggie to put on your bread. One reason I'm not interested in trying it. So if you've ever had Maggie, I haven't. When you come in May, we shall have to see if you like it in a way. Susan's recommending Nimue try some cotton stay tape. That's a good idea. And Caroline says Hubs has a tube of Marmite toothpaste. I'm not sure about that. I think that might be a step too far. Alison says she's watching The Last Stitch on YouTube, and Johanna recommended using silk organza to use as interfacing for light fabrics. What do you think of that idea? Yeah, it's a really good idea. I have strips of silk organza in my stash for just such an occasion. The interfacing that the very lovely Susan, who is here today, is sending me is also an amazing thing for light fabrics. But I made a Mother of the Bride dress out of Liberty silk satin, and she wanted quite a structured top to the dress that she was wearing. So I've interlined it with silk organza, and it worked beautifully. Noelia's here. Hi peeps, I'm a little late, just wanted to say hello. I've missed your live streams. Missed you too, it's nice to see you. Dagmar says, yes, Maggi is very similar. That's why I like Marmite so much. I grew up using Maggi in soups, etc. in Germany, so developed a taste for it early. I've never heard of Maggi before. Nimue, you'll have to bring me some. When you come over, we can do a comparison. Although if you don't like it, you're not, by the sounds of things, you're not going to like Marmite. Dublet says, since MS closed in Lithuania, we can't get Marmite here anymore. So me and my sister are always on the lookout for when our cousin comes for a visit from the UK and brings it as a gift. Have you tried Amazon and eBay? I used to send my cousin in Australia ones from eBay. Olivia says, oh no, as soon as I asked the question about the flavour, my husband had me go outside and move my truck so he could get his out to go to work. It was all right, Olivia. We basically said Marmite tastes like Marmite. It's not really comparable to anything else. It's very salty and savoury, but it is a thing in and of itself. Although apparently, I've never heard of this before, but Maggi, which is a German thing, apparently tastes very similar to it. So it's it's one of those things. It tastes like it tastes. Sorry, that's not helpful. Let's see. Nimue said to Susan, that's a good idea. I'll have to check my stash if I have anything suitable. Alison says, do you think Sue could share with us where she buys the interfacing? And she has. Susan says to Alison, I buy it from Tatiana Light Fabrics, King William Road, Unley, if you live in Adelaide. And she doesn't have an online shop. I did ask. Susan very kindly did some research for me, and apparently there is a 12-bolt minimum from the supplier that her friend gets it from. So it's unlikely that I'm going to be able to stock it, which is sad because it is awesome. Susan, you'll have to ask your friend if she's willing, the shop owner, if she's willing to take sort of like email orders for the online community. Nimue says, I'll pack some Maggi for you. Thank you, Nimue. Thank you very much. I'm excited. Duvalier says, what do you use as a chicken bouillon? For us, that's what we use from the Maggi brand. Oh. We have Knorr who do those kind of chicken stock pots and things. No. Sarah says, my dad has been having Maggi for years. I've never heard of this before. Olivia says, I'll have to find some here and give it a try. Whole Foods apparently have it. And then also Nancy said that it was in a particular aisle. Where did Nancy's comment go? Let's have a look. For those who can't find Marmite, look in the baking aisle at the grocers. It's a yeast-based product, and here in Canada, that's where you find it. So yeah, baking aisle. Although I did say try the foreign food section as well. Michelle says, why don't you take pre-orders, and when we get to about 12 bolts minimum, because it's 200 meters per bolt, Michelle. So, yeah. 200 meters a bolt, 12 times 12, so that's 2,400 meters. That's a lot of pre-orders. Olivia says, I buy Maggie bouillon in soups, stews, and sauces. Caroline says Tesco sell Maggie. Lisa is Marmite with cheese on toast. Oh yeah, absolutely. Noelia says we use Maggie products in Spain too, but I've only had stock cubes or soups. Learning all the new things, Janae. I'm so happy. No, it was a good idea, Michelle. Michelle says she's just trying to help. It's a really good idea, but the bolts are 200 meters each bolt. So who knows? Maybe in the future, because I don't have to buy 12 of the same thing. Ilova says, well, Peeps, got to go. Going to get a round of golfing today. It's 52 degrees Fahrenheit here in Daytona. Enjoy, Ilova. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Nimue says, Maggie does do a lot of products, but in German, it's synonymous with the traditional liquid seasoning. I am excited. Charlie says, there are loads of Maggie products on Amazon UK. And Laurie says, Maggie is available in the US. Michelle says, that's a lot of handbags. Yes, it is. Duvalier says to Alova, have a good game. Carmen says, glad I've been watching YouTube before starting to sew for myself. Blow to the ego, but the size number do not matter. And yay for mock-ups. On to mock-up number 2, yay for old sheets. Absolutely, Carmen, welcome. And yeah, 100%. As I said, so we were talking, I think it was in the fold line group with somebody. No, it wasn't. It was the Peeps group where somebody was mentioning that they got a bit disheartened by the sizing that the patterns ended up having them being. It's just a number. It's just a number. I mean, according to the patterns, my butts are size 22. It's not, but it is. I mean, it is in that realm. But in real life, it's 44 inches wide. So, meh. Yeah, it's sizing and clothes and all that kind of stuff. It's just so arbitrary now. When they did the standardized sizing, it was in the 50s. No, it was 70 years ago. So Gin and Pin says, I've seen Maggie in my local supermarket. They had a range of bags with seasoning in to roast chickens in. I've never tried that. I've seen those before. I've never tried that. I've always just done the same thing that my dad does with chickens. Cover it in butter and bacon and herbs and garlic. I rub a lot of garlic paste into my chicken skin before I put the bacon on. Yeah. Olivia says to Lover, it's 44 degrees Fahrenheit in Iowa with a high of 46. I'm guessing that's not warm. I'm not very good at Fahrenheit, I'm afraid. Alison says, Maggie is also the manufacturer of the infamous Maggie 2-minute noodles. Maggie is owned by Nestle. Ah, okay. I don't think I've ever seen it in the UK. Steffi Sows is here. Good morning, Peeps. Olivia says to Alison, I didn't know that Nestle owned Maggie. Laurie says, I saw on Twitter that one shop had a size 8 as an extra large. I love this mental. Michelle says it needs to be redone. We don't even wear the same size same undergarments that they used to wear, so clothing is for sure going to fit differently. Absolutely. Caroline says I use Maggie bags for chicken pieces for midweek dinners. Carmen, well, obviously we can get it in the UK. I've just never. I mean, I suppose I always go for Knorr then, but Carmen says Maggie is German childhood staple for me. It was so glad I found it in my it finally stateside. Zagmar says just posted a picture of the Maggie in Peeps group. Thank you. Vox says we have Maggie and Knorr. It's the same but different brand. Michelle says, okay, Sean, it's 1.7 degrees Celsius here where I live. Okay, that's cold. Brr. And Olivia says 44 degrees Fahrenheit is equivalent to 6 degrees. Oh, gosh, very chilly. Very chilly. Vox also says, I love the Maggie bags. I'm going to have to try one of those. Oh. Kenzie says, in New London, Iowa, it's 40 degrees or 4 degrees Celsius. Wow, that's cold. I think it's something like 15 or 16 degrees outside at the moment. It's currently 22 degrees in here. Sorry, just replying to Judy's email. What's the weather like? 13 degrees outside. So much warmer than you guys. Brr. Jubilee says to Laurie, then it's no surprise that more and more girls have issues with their size numbers. Yeah. I mean, obviously they have to identify that different garments are sized differently, but the pressure is, to be the smallest number as possible. It's just. Chris says, good night. It's midnight here in Adelaide. Good night, Chris. Thank you for joining us. Steffi says, haha, I'm wearing t-shirt, shorts and flip-flops in Texas. Y'all can keep the cold. Lol. Christine Lafleur says it's 6 degrees in Montreal. Well, thank you very much for converting to Celsius for me, guys, because I don't understand Fahrenheit at all. Although 40-ish is around the 40 to 44 is 4 to 6 degrees. Okay, I can try and keep that in there. Nimoy says sizing chart is outdated and then vanity size messed it up further. I care about the measurements and appropriate ease because of well-fitting clothes are flattering no matter the size. Absolutely. Maggie ever so often says Maggie is used a lot in Vietnamese cooking too. I've never heard of this thing before today. I'm so excited. New stuff. I like learning new stuff. Alison says good night to Chris. Stay safe and well. Iris says 9 in Summerside, PE Island, Canada. And that is Celsius. Thank you, Iris. And ooh, chilly. Duvalier says, I played my round of golf this morning, 13 degrees centigrade temperature. I'm glad I finished it before the rain started. Oh, yeah. Brr. Paula says, came back from the kitchen and found my cat fast asleep on my chair at the sewing table. Obviously, can't sew anymore, or can I move him? No, just try and sit on the chair at the same time, but perch on the edge. Or is he completely, fully spread over the entire chair? Rose says, I wish they would size by measurements. It would make shopping so much easier. I can see why they don't. They should, but I can see why they don't, because a lot of people would not know their measurements and not know how to correctly take their measurements. And that might seem a bit daft to people that sew, but it's become something that we have been taught how to do. And whilst it's not difficult, it's not something that everybody knows off the top of their head usually. Yummy. Susan's off to bed. Good night, Susan. Thank you for joining us. Duvalier says, all I remember is from Fahrenheit is that 32 degrees is 0 degrees centigrade. So 32 degrees is balmy warm. That's why it makes no sense. Not that it makes no sense, but it again, I work in Celsius, so it doesn't compute. Caroline says, for temperature conversion, they would say take Celsius, double it, add between 30 and 32, and you'd be in the right ballpark. Oh, okay. Olivia says to Kinsey, I'm in Keowick. I love New London. I would go to Frey's auctions there and just thought it was such a cute town. Michelle says 35 degrees is what 1.7 degrees Celsius. At least that's what Charles, my phone voice says, lol. Olivia says to Michelle, are you in Missouri? She is indeed. Ever so often says, have you chosen your advent calendars for the FWIF and the QQ? Yes. So if you guys remember from the last hangout that I did with you guys, I was talking about getting fat quarters for Mum. Well, I've done something a little bit different. Hopefully Mum doesn't watch this. She'll tell her not to. I've done something a little bit different. I got 3 fabric kits from her, 3 fabric kits for different projects from her favourite Australian fabric designer. And I ordered them. And what I'm going to do is break the kits down. So like on day 1, she's going to get a zip because there's 2 of them are cushion kits and one of them is a sewing companion kit. So like a pin cushion, glasses holder, pen holder, notebook cover, scissors holder, all those kind of things. So I'm going to break the kits down into their individual parts until I have 24 parts. And then I will wrap them up and then put them in a box. Pretty box. I'm going to try and get a pretty box, put them in a box, and then get Mum to dig through and open up, the day for each one. But the lady, she's called Lisa Chandler's Cottage. And I put my company name on there because I use my company email address. And I've spoken to her a couple of times because she comes over for the Festival of Quilts. And the very first time I met her, she asked if she could give me some fabric for me to make a dress with. And I said, yes, definitely, 100%. And apparently she went home and looked at my channel and then saw me the next day because we go for 2 days. And she was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. Like, she's like, I didn't realize that you had, and this was when I was like 10,000 people or something. And I was just like, no, it's amazing. Thank you. And we never quite ended up getting around to working out, which was fine. But this time around, so I've ordered this stuff and paid full price for it and shipping and everything. And it arrived and she'd added a knitting bag kit, which I already have. So I'm going to put it into a giveaway. Let's see if I can dig it out. No, it's not that one. It's in here. Hang on. Here we go. So this is the knitting bag kit. This is the one that I bought. pattern here because mum's got this one as well. She bought the black one. Isn't it pretty? So she sent me the full kit with all the fabrics and the pattern. Oh. Mum's been stealing fabric as well. She's so naughty. Yeah, so I bought the, she sent me the kit, the full kit, including the pattern, because that one I bought from her. And, oh, no, let's put these back, otherwise I'm going to get confused. It's organised chaos behind me. Yeah, I bought the kit from her at the show, and she knew Mum already had the pattern, so she took the pattern out and charged me a bit less for the kit. But this time round, she sent me the full kit with the pattern for that fabric, and then she's also sent me, I think, 4 meters of one of her new designs of just the all over print fabric. So the all over print fabric is going to be Mum's Christmas present to open on Christmas Day, because I was going to save the patterns to be the Christmas Day present, because it wasn't expensive. I think all in all it was £83 for the kits, and then it ended up being £103 with the postage and the conversion fee on my credit card. So it was going to be Mum's entire advent calendar and Christmas present combined. But so I was going to keep the patterns back, so Mum had got all this stuff and she wouldn't know what she was going to be making with it until Christmas Day, when she'd open the present, and the Christmas Day present was going to be the patterns. And then as I say, this lady's included the knitting bag pattern, which I already have and Mum already has, so I'm not going to give her that. I will put it in a giveaway because it's beautiful, and it should be shared. And then the length of fabric that she sent is going to be Mum's Christmas Day present. So yeah. And then Dad, I asked him what he wanted because I've seen a couple of options and they're not cheap, so I'd rather get him what he wants rather than kind of guesstimate. But I saw one for, it's packets of wildflower seeds and then perennials, and just, it was 24 different seed packets of different types of flowers and things. And whilst I love that idea, I'm not going to get that one for Dad because I don't think the new garden where we're going, there's anywhere for him to play around with it. Here there would have been, because there's like a meadow, not a meadowy bit, but there's a bit of the back garden that could easily have been turned into a wildflower meadow. So that one would have worked really well. The licorice one is available again, but there's also one that's called the Crunch Calendar, and it's got things like chocolate covered peanuts, and you know, it's by the same company, it's a German company. But he asked for something for the kitchen for the licorice one again, or something like that. So I think I'm going to get him the Crunch one because it's a bit different from the last couple of years. And for myself, I am going to get a chocolate liqueur one. Little shot of alcohol every morning of Vlogmas. Yeah, keep the colds away. So yeah. Where did I get to? That was, yeah. So that's what we're doing for advent calendars for this year. I think Mum's one's going to be fun, and as I say, it's a Christmas, and I mean, because the advent calendars that I was getting her last year's was £25. And while she liked it, there were some of the chocolates that she wasn't so keen on. And then obviously we had the infamous coconut chocolate calendar. If you've not seen that, you definitely should, because it's hilarious. But we won't be having any of that this year. But I just thought it would be something a little bit different for her. So that's what we're doing for advent calendars. Carmen says, I've never sewn for myself, only my kiddos, and the size difference took me aback. Glad they have more inclusive sizes in one pattern. Yes. Michelle says, yes, I'm also about 3 hours from Des Moines. My sister lives in Martinsdale, IA, Iowa, and Chillicothe, Missouri. Duvalier says, believe me, inches and pounds doesn't, and F doesn't work for me. I like to divide in tenths and hundredths. Yeah. Charlie says, great idea for your mum. Paula says, sizing is my biggest problem. Like this itch to stitch dress, it fits me perfectly on the bodice, but the skirt part differs 4 centimeters from each side, and I've cut the same size to midriff as skirt. That's weird. Michelle says, cover a box with beautiful wrapping paper. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Michelle. Pretty box. I'm going to use brown paper for the actual presents themselves, and maybe even some string, because I have a lot of baker's twine from when I used to send out parcels. So yeah. Olivia says, I stayed in Chillicothe. I'm in the most southern west town in Iowa, where the Mississippi and the Des Moines rivers meet. Des Moines is 3 hours away from me also. Kenzie says to Olivia, oh yes, I know Keogh Cook. I'm so sorry if I'm saying, well, I am saying that wrong. I'm so sorry. Nimoy says, I love the idea for your mum. Looking forward to her opening it. Yes, me too. Michelle says to Olivia, cool, so you're over by Kirksville area. Charlie says, that's a lovely kit. Alison says, Hemline do advent calendar. Oh, cool. I haven't seen that. I've seen it. I saw one sewing one when I was researching on Amazon. I know Bailey J is doing one this year as well, which is very cute. But it's only 12 days of Christmas, and I need it to be 24. Gin and Pin says, just finished the chapter in the Golden Thread on NASA spacesuits. Apparently the roll-on urine collection sets came in small, medium, large. Now they're marked large, XL, and XXL. Oh, wow. Michelle says 85 miles from Kirksville. Olivia says to Michelle, and Olivia says to Kenzie, I want to move out to a more country area, less city, and West Point and the New London area areas we both like. Steffi says, I think Las Vegas was CSI. Yes. Olivia says, your mum coconut, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. That was the funniest thing ever. Iris says, I have finally bought myself my very first ever advent calendar, and it's from Knitting Group, and the advent is stitch marker every day leading up to Christmas. So I'm so excited to start opening those. Oh, that's such a lovely idea. Kenzie says to Olivia, I live in a town, but the country here is lovely, but the water here is not the best. Oh, no. Duvalier says, could you remind me where I could find the link for the calendars? I will put it in the Peeps group. It will be an affiliate link, Duvalier, but I will put it in the Peeps group. Trying to get those commissions. It doesn't cost, affiliate links don't cost you guys anything more, but I do need to let you know that they are affiliate links, and so I do get a commission, and you then have the choice to whether to use my link or not, because you can choose not to use my link and go to Amazon without it, and that way you can make a purchase without me getting any commission, which is totally fine. It's totally fine, but just to let you know, affiliate links don't cost you any more. It doesn't add anything to the price that you as a customer pay. Right, I'm going to put this over here, out of the way. That was very yummy. Very, very yummy. Right, now I need to sew down my bias binding, then I can press it, then I can move on to the bodice. Although maybe I'll unpick the cuffs. Not sure. Where we get to read the chat. Iris says maybe wrap in fabric scraps. Possibly Iris. But the thing is with that, she might get confused because there's going to be fabric inside of it as well. And brown paper is recyclable, whereas wrapping paper is not, which is why I use brown paper to wrap my presents now. Possibly though, remember when Melanie sent me my pattern swap presents, she'd wrapped it in some of the offcuts from her lining that she'd had, and it's really pretty. Possibly, maybe. We'll see. I like the idea. What did I get to? Olivia says to Kenzie, Lee Country, where I live, is rated as the best in Iowa. Charlie says there is a quilting block pattern a day on Amazon UK. Ooh, interesting. Duvalier said, I figured that will be affiliate link. That's why I'm asking. Thank you, Duvalier. I will put it in the I'll put it up in the Peeps group for you. Noelia says Hemline Advent Calendar is on sale on John Lewis. I'm making myself one this year with different herbal teas. I made the calendar with fabric years ago and have been using it for the children. Oh, cool. This year I'll add the teas too. Nice. Olivia says to Kenzie, regarding water, Lee County is rated the best. And Gin and Pin says, my local department store last year had 24 gin calendar, but it was £140. The Whisky one was even more. Yes. I really want to get Wilson the beer one, but it was really expensive and he is not a big Christmas fan. So I'm not going to be with him to see him open it. So yeah. But when we do end up living together, because we will, I am going to get him an advent calendar of some description or another. And he will enjoy the tradition with me every morning of December. So yes, I did look for a Lego one, but they didn't have a Millennium Falcon Lego one for myself. So I'm going to go with the alcoholic chocolates every morning, because who doesn't like a tipsy Shan in the morning? It's going to be hilarious. Michelle says, I'm doing a yarn advent calendar trade with someone in the UK. Then I'm purchasing one as well, just to support a new yarn indie dyer. Oh, awesome. I like the idea of the stitch marker one, because I was always worried with knitting that they were kind of sock based. Just move my needle over a little bit. Okay. But again, because it's not my kind of thing that I'm into. I hadn't really researched it very thoroughly. But the stitch marker one, that sounds like a really good idea. Mum loves her new stitch markers, Michelle. And as Dad said, it's new stitch markers for him to discover under the sofa when he moves stuff and she's dropped them. So now that we're not moving till the 3rd of November, I don't think I'm going to have enough stuff cut out, but I should be allowed back in the kitchen next week. So hopefully I can get some stuff cut out then. I had the needle quite close over to the edge, so I'm just making sure that I caught it all. I was careful when I was sewing it, but just to double check, and I have, it's fine. So I'm going to do the other side, then we can press the skirt and move on to the bodice. I think I've said that like 5 times now. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up. Let's see. Olivia says, Sean, quick question. Is the bread you eat homemade? Yes. Mum has always made homemade bread, but to begin with, at the beginning of lockdown, yeast was more difficult to find than plutonium. So Mum got into sourdough instead, as did a lot of people. Yes, homemade bread is become a big trend, because people were home and were able to do it. So yes, it was homemade sourdough toast, and it was very yummy. Michelle says, if you make them yourself, you can be what you want them to be. This is very true, Michelle. Jen and Pin says, off to the shops now. Been lovely as ever hanging out with you all. Thank you for hanging out with us. Michelle says, oh, I'm so happy that she does. I was going to make her some, then found those and thought they were divine. I've even got myself some. Yeah, the little alpacas were awesome. And Michelle says, darn the luck, not till the 3rd of November. Come here. Skirt's escaping. And Olivia says, it looks delicious. It was. And like the house when she's cooking it as well. Oh, so yummy. So yummy. Right. Let's get this side sewn down. So the very first one that I made of this was out of some like the orange floral fabric that got from the textile centre that Asda made trousers out of, and they obviously bought too much of it, so they'd sold it off to fabric companies, and I got some, and I really like it. And that was always meant to be a wearable muslin for my navy crepe fabric with pansies on it, which again, if you watch the vlog on Monday evening, I get the fabric out and talk about it. It's one of my Make 9 fabrics, which I don't think I'm going to make all of the Make 9 ones up, because that fishy viscose, the stripy fishy viscose, I think needs to be a shirt dress panel after Julian and other people told me that it should be a shirt dress pattern, and I totally agree with you. And it's a summery one, and obviously it's no longer summer, and it also obviously doesn't work in with the kind of greeny, rusty capsule collection that I'm doing at the moment. So I don't think that one's going to get sewn up this year. And I don't think the textured fabric's going to get sewn up this year either. But the navy crepe fabric, I think I can sew that up this year. And it's going to be this bodice, the big sleeves, and I think I'm going to put on a full circle skirt, because whilst I love this quarter circle skirt on me, I have got a lot of fabric. I have got a lot of that fabric, because I always thought I was going to want a bigger skirt on it, because I didn't think this skirt was going to suit me. And I think whilst it doesn't perfectly match in with the collection, I do think I'm going to make it up soon. So that might be something that I cut out. Although, as I mentioned, I'm really excited to start work on the coats. So I might actually start work on the princess coat in the khaki green brushed cotton twill. I want to add some of the trench coat details too. That might be what I start some work on soon, as I've got these ones sewn up, because it's going to be coming to the point where I'm going to need a coat. And as you guys know, I at the moment only have my Minuro and Kelly Anorak, and then my really fancy wool coat, which is lovely, but I don't like wearing that out in public too often because it is vintage and it does need some TLC. And at the moment, I'm actually a little bit too big for it. So yeah, maybe that's the next thing I'll start on. Try and get that done before we move. We shall see. We shall see. Okay. Let's get this all ironed flat, and then I can hang it up and start working on the bodice. And that's the 5th time I've said that, I think. Oh, hey, I'm all caught up with the chat as well. Haven't gone off on any tangents, clearly. It's to lie nice and flatly. Okay. Now let's press this side seam. I'm going to press that towards the back. I'm going to press it from the front because I have found that when I press it from the wrong side, I sometimes don't get the fabric to lie as flat, and I end up with a little kind of pressed in kind of lip on my seams, which is not ideal. So I'm going to press it from this side. So one of the lovely things about viscose is that it is very obedient to being pressed, does as it is told, which is wonderful, but it does mean that it also creases very easily when you wear it. So, you know, there are ups and downs to every fabric. I watched Valerian again last night. I saw it at the cinema when it came out. It's the City of 1,000 Planets, based on a comic book. It's not the best storyline you've ever seen. But I find that a lot of the time when they're trying to kind of cram an entire comic book series into one movie, it's never really as cohesive as it should be, or like the most thought out story. It's like the Enola Holmes one. That was really good, but it should have been a 6-part series. But the costumes in Valerian, oh, so beautiful. Okay, so that is all pressed. Now I can hang it up so that it can start to do its thing. Hang it up over here so we've got something to look at in the background. There we go. Let's work on the bodice. Okay, so I have got lots of bits of bodice here. And there's my sleeves. Now, yeah, I'm going to have to take the cuff off and move it around, but that's easy enough to do. Shall I do that now? I think I'm going to do that now. I'm going to unpick the cuffs. But I'm going to do one at a time so that I know that I need to change it around, so I can look at the other one and see what I need to change it from and to. Yeah, I think this is a good idea to do this now because this is black on black thread. Hopefully I've not taken the gathering stitches out. No, I haven't. That's good. I thought when I did this, I'd done it the wrong way around. Never mind. It's easy enough to unpick, and the gathering stitches are mostly still in there as well, which is great. So start unpicking machine stitches. Okay. And then I need to fold this one under. So I'm just going to pin that into place so that I don't fluff it up again. Where did I get to with the chat? Michelle says, okay, has someone made Luna Lapin Bunny Rabbit? Just purchased the book that has a lot of patterns to make her and her clothing. There are 2 more books on how to make Luna's friends. I haven't, but I have seen people who've done it and it's very cute. Rose says, I'm making a waistcoat next. Any sew-alongs happening soon? I want to make a waistcoat too, actually. Hang on. Let me show you which one I'm thinking of. Thinking of this one. So it's McCall's New Look 6013. I got that right? 6013? Yeah. I was thinking of doing that one. What do you guys think? Put that into my... as for sew-alongs, they're going to be on a little bit of hiatus for a while because of the move and stuff. I've got a lot to catch up on as well. And I think what I'm going to do is try and work through as much as I can in the best way that I can, but it is going to be there is going to be a break in sewing content because we're moving and that's just how it has to be. But yeah, I would like to, I think the sew-alongs are going to start back up properly in December. Hopefully. We shall see. Okay. Charlie says Amazon have a choice of cheese advent calendars. Yes, I saw that. That was definitely a contender for Dad. Definitely a contender. And Charlie says to Michelle, I have so nearly purchased those Luna Lapin books and more than once. Michelle says, I'm looking for Liberty London cotton fabric scraps. I know just because the book calls for them that I can use other fabrics. I just want to make it their first way first before changing it all up. Lol. I think actually Liberties themselves do little scrap bags of their scraps, I think. Because they do make clothing out of their own fabric. So it makes sense for them to kind of finding a way to... But you can also find Liberty scrap bags on eBay. Probably Etsy too, thinking about it. Rose says, follow up to waistcoat question. Anyone have a pattern recommendations for larger busts? I would say the Kala. There's a waistcoat pattern on the Kala that I really want as well, and because the Kala generates the pattern to your specific size range, they will fit you. I made a coat for a lady with a double G cup bust, and it fit her beautifully. They're very good at that. So yeah, Nakala, have a look at them. Okay. Really don't want to have to gather this back up. I'm hoping I can fudge it back in. Sorry, I'm concentrating again. Right, okay, so cuff is off. Let's get rid of all the little threads from here. Oh. And the threads are out. Michelle says to Charlie, it's lasts okay, very fun to make, and then there are stories in there as well. That I will make up a book with the stories for my daughter to read to our granddaughter. I found and purchased lots of wool fabric. Diane says, Hola from Los Angeles. I'm keeping company with you while prepping taco meat for Taco Tuesday. Very nice. Caroline says, I'm collecting the fabrics for Jane Austen quilt. I have the center panel and the borders, so now gradually getting the other fabrics and then the templates. Very cool. Nancy says to Michelle, Carrie from So Pretty Kitty has made several. Should be easy to follow with her YouTube channel. Caroline says, I have half sewn waistcoat on my machine at the moment. Do a little as a lunch break, otherwise I could work right through. Michelle says, love the vest pattern. And Michelle says to Caroline, a Jane Austen quilt, oh please share. And Michelle says to Nancy, thank you, we'll go to her channel and investigate. Thank you, friend. Olivia says to Michelle, Mishu Makes on YouTube did a video on that book, really cute. Ah, cool. Wilson's got 2 little nieces. Yeah, I may be spending Christmas with them, so that would be quite cool to have presents for them. Michelle says to Olivia, yes, Mishu is where I got the idea from, lol. Don't you just love her? She's funny and has the best stories, and her husband are so in love and have such a great time together. Yes. Caroline says to Michelle, just put a picture on the Peeps group, and Michelle says, Caroline, I will take a look in a few. Thank you. Yeah, right, okay. So that one was folded under and it needs to be out. Does it go all the way to there? Okay, no, it goes up to there. Okay. I'm going to pin this one in. Proper concentration face at the moment to make sure that I don't fluff this up again, because it is a distinct possibility that I'll have unpicked it and then I'll just sew it back in the same way. It shouldn't do, but let's just make sure that I don't fluff it up, because that would be bad. Okay. Right. Okay, let's get this pinned in. Where did I get to? Anessa says, hello everyone. Hi Anessa, how are you? Michelle says, the wool felt I have had a hard time finding, so I just purchased the wool fat quarter that they had for a rug hooking and went through them all and only chose the soft ones. Lol. Well, that works. Are they the ones that you showed me the other day, Michelle? They were very nice. Olivia says to Michelle, I agree. I just watched her newest video last night. They went on a trip with their friends and just had the best time. I do enjoy my shoe makes as well. Get this all pinned into place. Into place. It is done. Right, now I can re-sew on the cuff. Oh, where's it? Oh, it's fine. Michelle says hello to Anessa. Michelle says to Olivia, yes, I have seen that one. She always brings a smile to my face. Anessa says, hello, Michelle, how are you doing? Anessa says, hello, Sean. I got to sew this weekend. Awesome. Paula says, Sean, have to ask you about the neckband on your dress you're wearing. The dress I'm making has interfacing and not keen on interfacing on knits. Have you a tutorial on how you made this? Yes, this is the Vogue 8. Oh, can't remember the number of this dress. I've got 14 of them. Eight, 9, 7, 2. 8972, and I have got a sew along for this, and this is a woven pattern and this is a knit dress. So I talk you through picking the right size, I talk you through taking off the seam allowance and putting on a neckband, and the other alterations like taking out the back seams for the bodice and the midriff band, because I don't need a zip in this one. So yes, 8972 sew along. And I've talked to you about how I do the neckband for this one. Right. Let's put back on my regular presser foot, which I've hidden somewhere because there it is. I am organised. Don't really think I need the instructions, but I'm going to keep them out just in case. Right, regular presser foot, dual feed down, thread through, needle back in center position. Olivia says to Michelle, me too. Michelle says, oh no, Sean, those are 1 yard cuts of woven fabrics to make Ava Jo some clothes for Christmas, which I need to get finding the patterns for. I have to quit procrastinating this fall clean out of the house. Yep. And Michelle says to Anessa, I'm great, and how are you? And Paula says, thanks, no worries, Paula. And Anessa says to Michelle, I'm pretty awesome, just finished my first quilt top. Very nice. Right, let's get this cuff sewn back onto the sleeve. Hopefully the right way around this time. Do not want to catch too much any of the other side of the cuff. So being careful. Technically I should regather this, but one line of gathering stitches thankfully was left in, so I can be lazy and not regather it, because the fabric's been pressed into place as well, so it's kind of holding where it needs to be quite well. Okay, so cuff is back on, hopefully with a continuous lap in the right place this time around. Let's have a look. Okay, so ensure that's all it should be, which is all fine. Push stray threads trying to get away from me. So now that can go under there. Let's pin this into place for re-hand stitching later. Don't know why I hand stitched this before, because I wasn't going to use these on the dress, so I don't know why. I think I took it up to my house and I just carried on. I had there was some hand stitching to do on the dress, so even though I wasn't, the dress was basically finished and I wasn't going to use these sleeves on it, I was just in hand stitching mode, so I took it back up to just finish everything off. Not that hand stitching is all that difficult to unpick, which is good, or at least my hand stitching's not. If you were top stitching like I do with the 6696 shirt dress, you could totally get away with, machine stitching this down, but I wasn't top stitching this dress, so right. Okay, so it now closes that way. That's the back. And that'll be the buttons there and the, yeah, it's the right way around now. Okay, so fix the cuff. Let's do the same on the other one whilst I'm thinking about it. Paula says, cat still sleeping on my chair. No sewing for you then. Michelle says to Anessa, that is amazing. Have you posted a picture on the Peeps group? Vox 3D says, I feel like I've been gathering for 1 hour. Jesus. Yeah, gathering's always fun. Michelle says, okay, speaking of not procrastinating, lol, I'm going back to keep on listening. I just need to get work on and quit procrastinating. I keep telling we'll feel better when it's done. You will. Andy says, had to leave you for a while to finish my blouse. The sleeves were a bit of a mare. Oh no. Hopefully it's all worked out though, Andy. Vanessa says to Michelle, yes, I put up one last night. My math skills apparently suck, but my sewing skills are better than I thought. Oh, I thought that was yours, Vanessa. It's beautiful. You've done an amazing job. Michelle says, awesome. Ever so often says, are you planning a Christmas pattern swap this year, Charlotte? Yes. I am going to film it and release it next Saturday. That's going to be next Saturday's video, is the announcement of the pattern swap. I'm only going to do a very short sign up this year. And again, I'm going to do the, like, you know, if you miss it, you miss it kind of thing, because yeah. Nancy and I have spoken about this. This is one of the emails I lost, Nancy, was your rough guide to the planned pattern swap. But yes, I am planning on doing it. Sign up is going to be on Saturday, or the beginning of sign up will be Saturday. I think I'll leave it up for, say, like 10 days or so, and then I'm going to take it down, then announce the partners, and then that'll be it this year. Because I really do enjoy doing it. So that was a very long-winded way of saying yes, wasn't it? Sorry. Yes, there will be a pattern swap this year, and it will be announced very, very soon. This one off. Okay. So this one needs to be folded under. Anessa says, Shan, please thank the QQ for teaching me about pressing seams so your lines work. It saved me a lot of pain. Love my ass off. You're very welcome. I shall let her know. And Nimue says, yay, pattern swap. Alison says, I won't take part in this year's pattern swap as the posts here in Australia just so slow due to COVID. Yes. Nancy says, shall I resend with altered dates? If you wouldn't mind, Nancy, that would be amazing. I need to email you as well, and we need to have another chat, because I need to catch up and also talk about this, because I think that some of your ideas are very good. I got a message the other day from a lady who took part in the last one, which was a while ago, and she'd only just gotten her present recently. And yeah, yeah, I don't want it to be a source of stress for anybody. So yes. Michelle says, I don't think I'm going to take part as well. Still thinking about it. It just has been costing so much on postage as of late. Still thinking on it. Don't worry, Michelle. You did tell me that it's not a problem, because I mean the amount of money you spent on postage sending those parcels to me was astronomical. So yeah, I do understand. I'm trying to think if we could. The thing is, I like paper patterns. I was thinking, could we do a PDF swap and then send each other a Christmas card kind of thing? But I don't know. I don't know. Like, I really like the idea of it being sent to different people from different countries, but I do appreciate that would be really is really expensive to do. Nancy says we will have a phone chat, make it easier. Yes, thank you, Nancy. Michelle says I like paper and getting a package in the mail, so please don't change it. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I was thinking, because the very first one I did, it wasn't that you had to be in a different country to your recipient. But I do like the idea of having it come from a different country, but it does add to the expense. I did take part in a swap from the Trashy Diva fan, it was Desperately Seeking Trashy Diva, and they asked if it was a proper Secret Santa, though. It was, so you didn't know who you were getting a present from. It wasn't like this, which is just a straight swap. It was completely randomized. And they asked me if I wouldn't mind sending things to someone in the States, and I said, yeah, sure, no problem. Thinking that I was going to get something from someone in the States, and I ended up getting somebody in the UK, which was fine. And Laura did an amazing job, and she bought me a whole bunch of fat quarters. She'd never heard of fat quarters before, and she didn't know about sewing or anything like that. But the reason I'd sort of said, fat quarters and this kind of thing was because I thought I was getting someone from America, and I ended up with someone in the UK, which totally fine. So I don't know whether I should, but then for the people like Duvalier, for example, if Duvalier took part, I believe Duvalier is the only person, in fact I know Duvalier is the only person that takes that I know of that is in the Peeps group from Lithuania. So she would have to be sending to somebody abroad if she signed up. And that was just an example, Duvalier. You obviously don't have to sign up if you don't want to, but you guys know what I mean. So I do, because we, as Nancy knows, Nancy's been helping me with this for years now, and we do get some people who sign up and then for whatever reason can't take part the way they thought they could, but they don't tell us. And so we end up with someone not getting a gift, or having sent, somebody sending something out and then never getting anything back, and then things get lost in the post, and it all gets very kind of fraught, and not in a bad way. There's been a couple that somebody kind of went over the monetary allowance, and the person had to pay to receive their gift, and that got sorted out very, very amicably and fairly, I thought. So it's not, I'm not saying it's bad, but they're just, there's been a few hiccups along the way, and you learn something from each one. So right, this is the one that's all fold over. So yes, but the very lovely Nancy has been incredibly kind and helped me with it massively for the last couple of years, which has been amazing and so much help. So yes. Michelle says that's great, big fun of it. Yeah, they're getting a parcel. Duvalier says I was planning anyway, so all good. Oh, that's good, Duvalier. And Michelle says, and that makes it bad on the person who gets disappointed. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I am going to do it because it is a lot of fun, and I love seeing what you guys get for each other. And I'll say it now, whoever ends up with me, because I am going to put my name in, but whoever ends up with me, please stick to the budget. I know it's incredibly nice to spoil people, and I do understand gift giving is a pleasure in and of itself, and I do enjoy do the same. I enjoy giving gifts to people, and I enjoy seeing their reaction to it. But you guys that have got me in the past have massively spoiled me, like over and above, totally over and above spoiled me, and I feel so guilty. I mean, it's it's amazing. It really is amazing. I'm not complaining at all, but yeah, you know, I send out something that I tend to go a little bit over budget, but not massively. You know, sort of at the very tops, I'll go sort of £5-10 over budget, and then I receive these gifts that are hundreds and hundreds of dollars worth of stuff, and it's just, I feel awful because I feel like I've let you down, kind of thing. And I know, as I say, I know it's not that. I know that you guys, like I say, I know the joy of gift giving. I do understand the joy of gift giving, and seeing the recipient and enjoy that present and things like that. But yeah, I think it might get to the point where I take myself out of it completely, just because I get so spoiled. It's like whenever I send any of my partners, like Karen, bless her, Karen, when I sent my part, I sent her because you know, the whole kind of idea is to be sort of a surprise. So, but to give them, you know, an idea of the sort of thing that you like. So whenever I was paired up with anybody in the US, I'd always send a really long list of, oh, I like all of these things, thinking that they would pick one. And Karen sent me 2 books. I mean, you know, like I've been thoroughly spoiled by every single person that I've been paired with, absolutely. And I remember when I was paired with Butterick from Germany, like there was a couple of Schnittchen patterns, and I was like, here's all of the Schnittchen patterns that I like, please pick one. And I ended up getting 3, which is definitely above budget. And when Melanie massively spoiled us as well. And it's amazing, but it's also, it makes me feel so bad because I've stuck to the budget. So yeah, I'm going to take part this year, but I might going forward actually not put my name in, because I don't want to seem ungrateful. I don't think I'm expressing myself very coherently or eloquently here, but I hope you guys understand what I mean. It's not that I don't like getting presents, because as you guys know, I love getting presents, and you guys have been incredibly generous to me over the years, like unbelievably generous to me over the years. But yeah, let me see where we get to. Caroline says, I used to run a Secret Santa at workplace, and it was fun, but there were always a couple who signed up and then did nothing. There was one Christmas when I gave my gift up. Oh, bless. Yes, I mean, that's the thing. I do understand. It's like really exciting, and you want to, but then like the time comes and you're like, oh, actually this is going to cost too much money, or I can't do this, or, you know, I understand not being able to, sometimes stuff happens and you aren't able to words, you aren't able to, you know, fulfill that commitment. I totally understand that things like that happen. But just the person organizing it just needs to know, so that they can, you know, adjust accordingly. It's never any, you know, I never want to give anyone a hard time if they change their mind. Absolutely. I just need to know so that I can adjust accordingly, kind of thing. Carolyn says, I would love a PDF exchange. I love the pattern swap, but the postage is 4 times what I spent to spoil the recipients. My postmaster has warned me will be expensive, will experience very long delays. Yeah, don't know. Nancy and I will have a chat, if Nancy doesn't mind. I'm just saying, yeah, Nancy and I will have a chat. I mean, Nancy has said that we can have a chat, but so Nancy and I will have a chat and we'll see. I don't want to make life too difficult, as in, like, you know, we'll have a PDF swap and we'll have an actual swap, and then we'll have an only country swap, and then we'll have a worldwide swap. I don't want to make life difficult for you or for me or for Nancy, because Nancy is the one that runs this thing basically. So yeah, we will have a chat and we'll see what we think. So because yeah, actually, you know what, maybe like a physical swap and a PDF swap might be a good idea this year, but again, I'll chat with Nancy and see what she thinks. Having the two options might be a bit better, and then you can send a physical Christmas card if you want to, but the virtual swap, yeah, maybe I shall talk to Nancy. ever so often says, thank you, Sian and Nancy, for all the work you put into the swap. As I say, it's Nancy that puts all the work in. It's not really me. All I do is waffle about it. Alison says, I'm exploring another mail carrier who are cheaper than Australia Post and don't have the volume of mail that Australia Post are currently handling. Let us know how you get on, Alison. Nimue says, will you have a PO box or something sorted in time for Christmas? I somehow managed to miss the dates for last Christmas and like 2 birthdays, so you'll get a cumulative gift this year. Nimue, thank you so much. Yes, I probably will have a PO box. I'm going to, when we move, I'm going to have a look and see how much it costs, because I think they can be quite expensive. My manager has moved into a new office, but they're not there all the time, so receiving mail there is a bit difficult. So I'm gonna investigate and see, because if a PO box if they're like £30 a month, as lovely as it is to receive gifts and presents and things like that, that's a lot of money to spend out. And again, what I keep saying to you guys is I don't ever expect you guys to send me presents ever. Letters I love, and that would be what I would open a PO box for, is letters and cards, but not for presents. So Nimue, I shall talk to you, because might end up sorting something out with you separately, although you really don't have to get me anything. You've got me so many things over the years, so yeah, you really don't have to get me anything. Caroline says, the cat purse you admired at Goldhawk was my last Secret Santa present. Nice. Michelle says, I think you're saying please stick to the budget if you get Sian, so she doesn't have to feel guilty when she sends such a small package and you send so much that it makes her feel bad. I think that's what Sian's saying. Yes, that is exactly what I'm trying to say. Very, very badly, Michelle. Thank you. Alison says, swapping patterns, paper patterns from the big 5 with a person from overseas is tricky because we are season behind. Yeah. Nancy and I will have a chat if Nancy doesn't mind, and we will work something out. There will be some kind of pattern swap, and it will be announced on Saturday this next week. So keep your eyes peeled if you would like to take part. So get this cuff on, and then I can start work on the bodice. I'm putting off starting work on the bodice because I've got to put in all the gathering stitches, and for some reason I hate putting in gathering stitches. I don't know why. I'm really glad that I changed these around though, because it would have just bugged me it being the wrong way around. And thankfully, because I hadn't put the buttonholes in, it was an easy fix. Where did I get to the chat? Just got a message from Rachel. I've got a message from Rachel. What's the betting that this is fabric? Because I've read the words I've just found. Hang on. What's she saying? What's she saying? Oh no, just found your perfect knitted cardigan. Ooh, yeah, like that. Yeah, that's nice. I shall show you. Hang on. Yay for not sending me fabric though, Rachel. Thank you. Isn't that pretty? I like that. Mum might like that as well because it's a bit of interest in the sleeve, so it's not just boring knitting as she calls it. It's in the latest Knitter mag. I've actually I just bought a pattern for a jumper that I would like Mum to knit for me next. Mum's currently knitting another one from the Calm book. Let's see if I can find it. Where is this pattern? Oh, and I've also, guys, I have found my Christmas jumper. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Right. Oh, this was another one that I liked. Tundra pullover. Isn't that pretty? Wonder if I can get Mum to knit me that. But the one that I would like Mum to knit for me next is by Zanti. It's probably wrong. I think that is wrong. Here we go. Zanti knits. Very Zimmerman. I bought the pattern. It's pretty. Like it. Like it a lot. But Mum is knitting something for herself at the moment from the Calm book. It's the same designer as did the Heart and cardigan, and I actually went on her website after being on her Ravelry, and there's 3 books that I want from her website. Hang on, let's see. And this is not, I'm not asking for these. I know you guys know that, but I kind of feel like because I mention things and you guys are amazing and send them to me, and I don't ever mean it that way. Kim Hargreaves is the name of the knitter who the designer that did the Heart and cardigan. And she does it in books. So the Heart and cardigan is in the Calm book. And I also want Flutter, Ravish, and Covet. They're £12 each. That was going to be my Christmas present to Mum because there's some stuff in there she'd like as well. But there's also stuff in there that I want. But then obviously I've gone for the Lisa Chandler fabrics instead. But yeah, usually those text messages or those that's Facebook Messenger. Usually those messages from Rachel are, I found fabric. Rachel is a terrible influence. Terrible. Get this sewn. Okay, so I have moved the cuffs around so that they are in the correct place for them to button up the right way when they are being worn, because if I hadn't have done that, it would have driven me bonkers. Would have really annoyed me. And it's one of those tiny little details that, you know, unless I pointed it out to people, why would they be staring at my cuffs unless you're Julie? But Julie's not here at the moment. She's listening to her audiobook. But yeah, Julie's always like, me, it will be me staring at that particular point. So yeah, it would have just been me that would have noticed it, but it would have driven me nuts. So I'm glad that I have moved these around so that they are the correct way around now. Yes, Kim Hargreaves, I think, is my favourite knit pattern designer. She has overtaken Andy Satterland. Only because Mum complains about Andy Satterland patterns a lot. I think you guys were here. I gave Big Bird the Belladon cardigan. I really liked it in theory, but I much prefer these V-neck cardigans rather than the round neck ones that need to really be done up to be worn. I just prefer, it's like Mum's altered the Heart and cardigan for me so that it is V-neck as well, because the very first one she's knit for me is a square neck. But yeah, Kim Hargreaves, favourite knit pattern designer. There you go, you heard it here first. So this all pinned in to place. There we go. Okay, sleeves are redone. Right. Now I have all of this to do. Okay. So that's the top, and I've already marked that in. I don't need to do anything with that one. This is the front. This is the midriff. That's the back. Okay. Right, so I need to stay stitch the top of this, and I also need to sew these to each other. So let's get this done and out of the way. So where did I get to with the chat? Sue says, do you have a Welsh connection with your lovely Welsh name? I do indeed, Sue. My mum is Welsh Australian, and my name means Jane in English, and my mum's name is Jane, so I was named after her. I was very nearly called Myfanwy after my grandmother, whose first name is actually Pamela, which very much confused us all at her funeral, because apparently it's a tradition for all the, I've told you guys this before, it's a tradition for all the females in our family to be known by their middle name. So my grandmother was Pamela Myfanwy, but known as Myfanwy, Myff or Bun. And mum is Margaret Jane, but is known as Jane. So technically I should be known as Elizabeth, or I should have been christened Elizabeth Shan. But they decided that it was just far too confusing, and so I am Shan Elizabeth. But yes, at my grandmother's funeral, the vicar doing the service, no, not the vicar doing the service, the flowers that were outside were for Pamela Singleton, and it was like, who the hell is Pamela Singleton? And apparently that was Granny's first name, and I had no idea until her funeral, and I was 17 when Granny died. So yes, but I do have a Welsh connection. Caroline says, my postie friend told us yesterday that they are already carrying as much parcel post as they did last Christmas, and obviously Christmas is nowhere near starting. Oh wow. Noelia says, I'm going now, off to pick up son number 2. Thank you for joining us, Noelia. Caroline says, that's gorgeous. Must get back to my knitting. Which one did you like particularly, Caroline? The last one that I showed you. Mum said it looked interesting. So I think she'll agree to knit it for me. I'm doing the little strappy doodads now, which is obviously their technical term. What are they actually called? Tab. That's boring. Strappy doodads is much more fun. So can you imagine if I ever did write patterns, if I used all my technical terms in the patterns? That could be people have already had to spend time learning the actual language of sewing, and then they'll have to relearn the language of Shan sewing. Strappy doodads, factor. How do you write down as well? Nimue, how would you write if you had to put it in a book? Sorry, I think I need some sugar. Duvalier says, how long are you planning to go on for today, Shan? We've been going for 4 hours at the moment. I was going to carry, I mean, ideally, I want to finish this dress. So I don't know, probably a little while longer. Let's see. Alison says, good night, Shine and Peeps. I'm off to bed. I have close doses of shingles at the moment, so I must call it a night. I will let you know about the postage. Thank you, Alison, and I hope you feel better. Yes. Binks and Maya will be looking after you, I am sure. And Caroline says, I like the Honorine cardigan, the one that Rachel sent me. Yes, me too. Nimue's put chillip for, yeah. I thought it would start with this SCH or TH. I'm sorry, I think I might have just gone over the edge into proper randomness. Oh dear. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I'm clearly completely bonkers. Clearly completely bonkers. I mean, I know you guys knew that already, but yeah, Duvalet's written schlurp, which is, yeah. I think a combination of the two. Victoria's put schlurp. Yeah, we're getting there. Help me write my new sewing language. Make one of these dresses. It has brilliant factor. Oh, I wonder what Google Translate, or not Google Translate, you know that YouTube does auto captions for videos. I wonder what it would translate into. Tamsin from Sewn on the Tyne has messaged me a couple of times in the morning. She's like, I'm watching your videos, but I've seen the the preview that you can get on your phone, and when you kind of hover over it, the video starts playing. And she sent me pictures of it, and it's I don't know if I've still got it. Have I still got it? Where's my phone? There it is. Oh, I have to see, because it's hilarious. It's so funny. Right, Tamsin. Tamlin. Sorry, I'm so sorry, Tamlin. Yes, she had. Oh no, there's a video. Here we go. She sent me a picture of it though. Oh, it won't go around to the side. But yeah. She sent me this, and it's what Google, it's what the YouTube auto captions thinks I say to you guys every morning. This tripod is so wonky, leaning pubes. Happy Monday. I down in main house. Oh dear, Tamlin. That was so funny. Oh. Nimue is saying sh is closer to ch in case Chase wedge in German is closer to your technical term. Okay, so Nimue is going to write my German version of my sewing language. Steffi says, off to work. Have a wonderful day, peeps. Happy sewing, Sean. Thank you, Steffi Sews. Thank you for joining us. Oh dear. Good morning, pubes. Hey, pubes. Oh dear. Oh, I can't remember what set me off into hysterical laughing the other day. It was something that Alvin Wilson had said to me, and it was literally laughing so hard that I snorted, and that then made me just hysterically, silently not be able to breathe, laugh. And it was just it was like, oh god. And he's looking at me like I'm a mental person, and it's like, oh, you already knew I was a mental person. Sorry, not mental, crazy person. I need to be more thoughtful of the words I use to describe things. It's never meant, and my intent is never to be hurtful or harmful when I say things, but I do appreciate that some things have connotations attached to them that shouldn't be made light of. So yeah. But yeah, I could not stop laughing. And then I snorted, and then because I snorted, I then snorted more because I was laughing so hard. And he's just looking at me like I've lost the plot, and I completely had. So yeah, fun times. Nicola says, I have autocorrect issue with my phone and often send messages like that. Nimue says, never trust Google. Nicola says, it once changed. I don't know what the hashtag is for that too. I don't know what the hashtag is. I was to my mother. Oh dear. I was talking to Wilson the other day. Hang on. I was talking to him the other day and where is it? Yeah. He asked how I was. I said, so far so good. I'm going into town. I'm gonna start laughing. I'm going to town in a bed for some supplies. Sorry. Okay, I can do this. So far so good. I'm going into town in a bed for supplies. Need chocolate. And it should have written a car. And he replied with, I'd say a car is probably more convenient for getting into town than a bed. And I said, I love autocorrect. Then I said, cat would be more practical but less fun. Actually hating autocorrect, car would be more practical. And he said, I don't think the cat would appreciate you riding her into town. So I quoted Thor and said, bring me one of those large enough to ride. There's a website called Damn You Autocorrect, which I'm sure you've all heard of. But when I used to work at Playboy, I'd be sitting in the canteen during one of my breaks. And if I needed cheering up because I'd been dealing with a crappy customer, I would read the latest on Damn You Autocorrect to the point where I'd be crying with laughter. And people are looking at me again like I'd lost the plot. And I would just be like, yeah. And then try and read it out, but because it's funny, you can't read it out, and it gets worse. And then they just laugh, looking at you like you are literally losing the sort of like the ability of the English language. And that's one of those sites that makes me cry laughing. I don't know if you guys have heard of this as well. There was a website, and I don't know if it's still up. I know she doesn't update it anymore, but there was a website called Sleep Talking Man. And she used to record her husband, and he would come out with the most like random things, like, oh no, the wardrobe's thrown up on the floor again, like, because his wife had been trying on clothes that day and couldn't find an outfit that she liked and things like that. And Facebook memories tell you what you said like 10 years ago and stuff. And I used to re-quote Sleep Talking Man all the time because it was just so funny. And she actually made a book out of some of the things that he said. And as I say, she recorded him sleeping it. She wasn't just making up this stuff. She recorded him saying this in his sleep. And what's amazing is that he talked in his sleep for years and years and years. And it wasn't until they had their little, I think it was a daughter. They had their daughter. And the minute he had the daughter, he stops talking in his sleep. And she couldn't explain why. So obviously the website stopped because he'd stopped saying these ridiculous things in his sleep. But that was another one where it was just I'd check it every day to see what ridiculousness had come out of his mouth last night. I don't know where's memories on here, because I think there was one today. Memories. No, it's not on. Can I look previous days? No, they were just so funny though. So funny. So funny. Flo says, for me, it's voice to text. I talk fast and it cannot keep up and will frequently put vulgar words in. Oh no, Flo. I mean, we shouldn't laugh, should we? But it's so funny. Crafton Bev says, I used to work as a 411 operator for cell phone users. You would not believe the crazy things customers would say. Duvlay says, damn you, autocorrect is on Instagram also. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, Duvlay, what have you done? Do you guys follow the Can You Sew This For Me as well on Instagram? Oh, let's have a look. Oh, that's pretty. Oh, Andy, your dress. The Josie blouse that you finished is gorgeous. So pretty. Hang on, let me show you Andy's blouse. You can see what you meant about the sleeves. Look at those pleats. Look at that matching pleats. Oh, I love the Josie blouse. I need to make one. It's really nice. Right, what was I looking for? Damn you autocorrect, wasn't it? Damn you. Oopsie. Damn you autocorrect. We're watching Harry Potato and the Sorcerer's Stone. The Sorcerer's Okay, I need to not look at that anymore because otherwise it's going to be incoherent, like snuffling from me. Okay. Oh, do play. That's the rest of my evening sorted. Crafting Bev says I could have written a book on all the dumb things customers would say. Oh, I can imagine. Mary says hello, enjoy your videos. Hi Mary, how are you? Flo says oh wow. Nimue says back when 9gag was funny, my colleague who had introduced it to me forbade me from looking at it at work because I would laugh so loudly. Too good in a library. Oh dear. Oh, okay, right. I'm gonna do some stay stitching. Yeah, Sleep Talking Man. If you can find it, if it's still there, I highly recommend because you will just read them and be like, you can't say that, and then you get to hear the recording of him, and you're like, okay, yes, you can. So, yeah. And can you say this for me on Instagram as well? Very good. Have I sewn that at 5/8 of an inch? No, half an inch. Just looks bigger. Okay, stay stitching is going in. But yes, riding my cat into, I don't think Shiana would have appreciated me trying to ride her into Ventnor for chocolate. It might have taken us some time. How did I get Tamlin and Tasmin? Very sorry, Tamlin. I didn't mean to get your name wrong. Caroline says Hubs is dyslexic, and when he's tired, his brain does autocorrect. Does the autocorrect? It's hysterical. Oh, bless. Carmen says, I love nothing more than ending up laughing and gasping like a daft seal, tears in the works. Actually makes me feel really well afterwards. After that happens, doesn't happen often enough. It's like therapy. Yeah. I think the worst time that ever happened to me was when Natasha and I were coming back from Sharm el Sheikh in Egypt. And Natasha is much better at hydrating than I am. Having said that, I'm going to have some water. Yummy. So yeah, so anyway, we were coming back from our holiday, and Tatty had been drinking litre bottles of water like they were going out of fashion, and she'd taken one to the airport with her. And obviously you can't take more than 100 mils of water through. So she was stood at the security thing, and she was literally trying to gulp this litre bottle of water in one go. And the people, the security guys were like watching in admiration. They were just like, how is this woman doing this? So in my head, I didn't do it, but in my head, I had a mental image of squeezing the bottle and it going everywhere. And she said something, and I can't remember what she said, but I had this mental image of me doing this, and then I started laughing, and then she was like, well, what are you laughing at? And then it just got worse and worse and worse, to the point where I was lying on like 3 seats on an airport, laughing for about 10 minutes straight, like literally crying. And because she was looking more and more bewildered every minute that this went on, it just made me laugh even harder and harder and harder and harder. And the thing was, there was nothing funny. It was ridiculous. Like I say, the only thing that had made me laugh was this mental image of me doing that to the bottle, like, get it down, you girl, like, and I just couldn't stop laughing. And like, so I'm building it, it's like I'm building it all up, and she's just looking more and more confused, and that's making me laugh harder and harder and harder. So I get to the point where I finally calm down and stop. She's like, what? And it was just like, I just had this mental image of squeezing the thing in you like this, and it started again. And she looking at me and she's like, is that it? And it's like, oh. And I was crying with laughter. It was the most stupid thing ever, but it's indelibly in my brain because it was the stupidest thing ever. It was so funny. We had a really good holiday. That was a fun holiday. We did absolutely nothing. We sat by the pool all day, and I was reading the Dark Tower series, and I think I got through 4 of the Dark Tower books, and literally rotisserie chicken tanning ourselves, turn over every 20 minutes, make sure you're evenly crisped on both sides. It's a wonder my skin looks as good as it does, because I have not looked after it. And getting ready to go out in the evenings and making ourselves pretty, and then going out for dinner every evening to a different restaurant. Natasha is vegetarian, well, pescatarian, she eats fish. So we'd find a new restaurant each night, and we'd have pretty much like an entire something or other, and it was just the most lovely food. And Natasha doesn't really drink, but I do. But because she wasn't really drinking, I didn't drink either. And I think we spent something like £110 on food, and we ate out every night. We were in a self-catering apartment, so we brought some pasta with us, and we made pasta one night at the apartment, but it was just like, sod it. And there was a Baskin-Robbins ice cream place, so we'd walk into town. We'd get there was taxis to and from the hotel, the little like shuttle bus, which was free. So we'd jump on that, and we'd walk into town from where it dropped us off at the top of the mall, find one of the restaurants, have dinner there out in the sun. It wasn't the sun, out in the heat in the evening. I think we went in September. And eat food, sort of sit and chat, and then we'd make our way back via Baskin-Robbins and have a scoopful of ice cream every night. It was a strawberry chocolate chip vanilla mix I had. It was so good. And then that was our entire week of literally just doing that. And in the daytime, we'd have salad, or there was a little shop next door to the hotel that we were staying in, because the hotel had self-catering and it was also all-inclusive. And the all-inclusive side of things, people had complained about it, and the food wasn't great. I mean, we'd have chips every now and again, and they did those well, but it was, it was like cheap as chips, burgers, chips, frozen lasagna kind of food. It wasn't amazing food, but we were staying all-inclusive. So we had an amazing time. Oh, that was a really lovely holiday. Really, really lovely holiday. That was ages ago. That was 11 years ago. Longer than that. But Natasha is coming to Croatia with us, and obviously was supposed to be this September, but is now booked over for next September. And I'm so looking forward to it. It's going to be very different, because obviously there's going to be 14 people there rather than just me and her. But that was the last time I went on holiday with her, so I'm very much looking forward to it again. And so she's like, I want to lie by the pool and play games and then go out for yummy dinners. But we'll actually end up spending more time in the villa cooking than we'll go out for dinners. For sure. Her boyfriend's actually vegan, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to make sure that we accommodate for him. But he is a proper vegan who likes and wants to eat vegetables. So unlike me, who is a terrible vegetarian and didn't like vegetables, so he should, and he's very much up for cooking for himself and stuff, so it'll be fine. But yeah, that was a fun holiday. That was a fun holiday. Where did I get to with the chat? Paula says, oh my gosh, I'm laughing my heart out at the moment. So funny. Yup. And Caroline says, thankfully, when he realizes he's the first to laugh, he asked his friends where he's left his stalking wig. Oh, bless. I did that once. And again, it's indelibly stuck in my brain. There was a hose pipe ban during one of the hot summers in the 80s. And I was at my neighbour's house and they were using their hose pipe. And I was like, isn't there a hose pipe pan? And they were like, what? And I was like, yeah, there's a hose pipe pan, isn't there? And they were like, what? And I was getting really frustrated because in my head, it made sense. I was like, there's a hose pipe pan. And they looked at me like I was, again, I'd lost the plot. So I was just like, I kind of finally got there and realised that I was saying it incorrectly, but it was really frustrating up until that point. It's like when Chandler says that Donald Trump wants his blue blazer black. No, you got it wrong. He wants his blue blazer black. Why would he want his blue blazer black? Oh, yeah, sorry, like massive tangent there. Duvlay says, my mum and I went to Haggadah, Egypt twice and her alone once, and we always stay in the city centre hotels with breakfast and dinner booked. It's cheaper this way, and try out a new restaurant every night. Oh, nice. Yeah, we were having like toast for breakfast in our self-catering apartment, and then we were going out and kind of, we were getting grapes and fruit from the neighbouring shop, or a fruit platter from the hotel we were staying in. But it was just so inexpensive to eat out as long as you didn't drink. The alcohol was ridiculously expensive because it was all imported, obviously. Because yeah, but oh, I loved Egypt. I mean, we didn't see Egypt. We didn't even go to the beach. We stayed by the pool the entire time. Because we kind of heard all these, not horror stories, but these stories, like, oh, don't go in the shops because you'll get, like there was some guys trying to sell. They would take photos around the pool. It wasn't like they were taking. There was water polo and water volleyball games and stuff every day, and they would take candid images, and everybody knew that they were taking photos of them, and they did ask, and it wasn't creepy in any way. But when you were going out of an evening, they'd be like, oh, come and look at the pictures, and we'd heard these horror stories about shops and stuff, so we were just like, no, like walk past and try and do this. And eventually we ended up talking to them. They were so sweet and lovely. But yeah, we'd heard all these horror stories, and I remember we went into a couple of shops, and I've got a little statue of the cat Bastet, or the god Bastet, or Bast, as I knew her until the Amelia Peabody books. And we went in there and I bought like a tiny little memento, because at that point I wasn't buying fabric, and I don't know if I would have found fabric in Sharm el Sheikh, but there was an actual real life cat with kittens in there, and it was just like, and that was Natasha gone for an hour. She was just sat on the floor petting the cat like this, and I'm just like, okay. Next shot, she's like, no, kitty. I mean, they were adorable, but the kittens were so tiny that the mummy cat was just like, you can touch me, but don't touch them. Natasha makes friends with animals very easily, and then will sit and love on them for as long as they allow her, which is usually quite a long time because she's one of those people that animals love as well. Like when she came down here the last time, which was probably 6 years ago now, we took her to see, there's a guy in the village that feeds the local badgers and foxes. And there was one particular fox cub called Cubby who he'd made particular friends with. And Tatty was there talking to him, and he was like, "Oh, do you want to come and meet him?" And like, there's a big group of people there. We'd taken our leftover roast chicken down to feed them, and because for us, wild foxes are not they're not the menace that city foxes are. And so we'd taken down this chicken carcass to feed them, and Natasha was asking questions and things like this, and he was like, "Do you want to come and meet him?" So she went down into the field. Nobody else was allowed, so Tatty went down, and she's sitting there, and she's got this fox climbing all over, and she's just a sheer joy on her face. This is the best thing ever. So yes, she's asked for a like a 1920s, technically the pattern's for a coat, but I'm going to make it into a dressing gown for her. So let's see, it's a folkwear pattern. I hadn't heard of folkwear before. Here we go. Come on, I want to see the picture. But yes, it's the Poirot cocoon coat. So I'm going to make her one of those. And it needs to be something washable on the outside, and then like flannel or something on the inside, cotton flannel on the inside, so it's nice and warm. But that's what she's asked for Christmas. Like, I've still got to make her last Christmas and birthday present. She wanted the French poetry loon dress, and I've got the fabric, I've got the pattern, but she won't let me near her to measure her because she wants to lose some weight before I make this thing for her. And it's just like, okay, I can understand that because I've put a lot of stuff off because I wanted to lose some weight before I started making these things, and I've just kind of bitten the bullet and gone, you know what, I'm losing weight at an incredibly slow rate, and I'm not making as much of an effort towards that goal as I should be, so I'm just going to make the things because I can always take them in, wear belts, or have them as my I'm slightly bigger wardrobe. You know, I can remake stuff. It's not the end of the world. But yeah, she wants me to make this thing. I've bought the fabric, I've bought the pattern, and she won't let me near her to measure her to make the thing for her. So she bought me Christmas present and birthday present last year, and I haven't gotten her anything. I mean, I have, but I haven't given it to her because she won't let me measure her. So yes. Duvalier says, "You would have found the fabric, believe me. We bought back more fabric than our own clothes." Ooh, nice. Yeah, I didn't even think to look for fabric back then. That is my go-to now as a souvenir. So last year was Croatian fabric, wasn't it? And then the year before that it was Ibiza fabric. I don't think we went fabric shopping the first time we went to Croatia. No, we didn't, because we struggled to find the shop this time round. We went twice this time round though, which was fun. Actually, gathering all this stuff is not so bad with you guys keeping me company. Thank you. Next thing I've got to do is work out which one I want to be the front and which one I want to be the back. lining and outer, not front and back. Front and back is already predetermined by the shape of the pattern pieces I've cut out. I know what I'm doing, honest. Okay. We're talking about going to Malaysia next year. My brother's moving to Kuala Lumpur in November, I think, soonish. He's going to be based out there for 3 years, so I'll definitely be going to visit him. But Wilson and I were talking about, because his father lives in Penang, so we're talking about maybe going out next year with his family to visit, which will be awesome. And I will find fabric shops in Penang. And last time they went home via Singapore and stayed on Sentosa Island for sort of 4 or 5 days. And if they do the same, I already know that there is a fabric street, on Arab Street in Singapore that is just the same as the Gold Hawk Road kind of thing. It's just shop after shop after shop of beautiful fabrics, but it's more along the lines of Saudi Arabia, kind of like glitzy, lacy stuff, which is expensive. But I'm hoping that they'll want to go home via Singapore as well, because it'd be nice to see my cousin, because my cousin lives in Singapore, and it would be nice to go to Arab Street again, because I bought 2 fabrics from there, one of which I have made up into a dress, or I had made up into a dress by my pattern cutter. And then the second one is a border print silk. It's still in my stash. I kind of know what I want to make with it, but I'm kind of also not sure. And they were offering, like, they had a service that they could make up the fabric like in 2 days for you. So, you know, like you go pick it out and then they make it up for you. And I said no, because obviously I wanted to make the things myself. It'd be really interesting to see what they would come up with, because Mum's had dresses made by a dressmaker in Saudi Arabia, and the language wasn't 100% clear. So there's a couple of times that she'd asked for things and ended up with something very different as the finish. Like she asked for a ball gown and it came back as a sort of like just under the knee length dress, which was fine, and it's a beautiful dress, but it wasn't what she wanted. So yes. But we're also giving my brother swatches of silk dupioni, so that he can go and buy, like, because when he was in Brunei, and there's fabric shops there as well, obviously, and he went and he bought bolts of what the guys told him was silk, and he bought some of it home, and Nia was like, did the burn test, and Nia was like, this isn't silk, this is polyester. So he went back to the shops with the bolts of silk, and he was like, you told me this was silk, it's not silk, it's polyester. And the guys were like, no, you bought it. And he was like, do you want to do the burn test? And they were like, okay, yeah, we understand that you know what you're talking about now. So he got a full refund. But yeah, so we're gonna give James, baby brother, like actual samples of the things that we're talking about, like physical samples. And we're going to show him what the burn test looks like and what he needs to look for. So that when he's out there, he ends up buying all the right things this time. So Nia's going to have like the most awesome collection. Right, now I need to decide which is going to be the outer and which is going to be the lining of my dress. Okay, so that's quite nice. Oh, okay, yeah, so this is going to be, so I'm going to put a pin in the ones that are going to be in lining. So that one is going to be the outer. Is this one any better than that one? That one? Or you guys are holding that one? Yeah, okay, so this is going to be lining. So when I made this yesterday, I used cotton lawn for the lining instead of the same fabric, because the fabric had a little bit of texture to it, and I thought it would be better to have cotton lawn next to my skin than the texture of the fabric, because it wasn't bad, but it wasn't like super pleasant to have directly against the skin. Okay, so there's those two. Oh no, that's a midriff panel. Got that one. Now, do I want... Okay, guys, you're going to have to help me with this. Do I want more florals on my bodice? Like that. Okay, so number one. This is number one. Do I want more florals? Or do I want... Oopsie. Less florals on my bodice? That's number two. So for the back, I've gone for more florals on the outside, and I've gone for this kind of less florals on the lining. So less florals, this is number two. Or more florals. Well, you guys aren't helping. Oh, I don't know. I did, to begin with, I was thinking I liked this better, because this all gathers down. So they get sewn together at the middle and that gathers down. But then this gets gathered down like that. Okay, so we've got 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So we're up to 8 votes for 1. And 2, 2, 2, 2. Yeah. And the center front of the skirt, well, there's a midriff as well. We need to pick the midriff. So we've got this one for the midriff. Or we've got lots of florals for the midriff. Or... Okay, I think I'm going to go for more florals on the outside. Carmen says, position, 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 unless you like flower boobs. Yeah, I do agree with you, but let me just show you, because this then gets all gathered into there. Yeah, okay, let me sew up, because it's going to be the two ones with lots of flowers on it's going to be sewn together, and the ones with not so many flowers are going to be sewn together. So let me sew them together and press the center front seam open, and then we can have a look from there. Okay, so that was pinned together. It's a midriff. It's a midriff. It's organised chaos here, peeps. Organised chaos. There is also a pull in the fabric on the less florals ones. Let's see. Ellen said number 1. Nicholas says flowery boobs wins every time. Nimue says I think the placement is awkward for number 2. Nightmare Bugs says flower placement. Ruth Ann says less. Carmen says position, position, position unless you like flower boobs. More floral unless you want people staring at your flowers. Oh dear, less for midriff. Right, let's get these 2 sewn up and then we can forgot this about scuba. This is kind of pinching at my elbows because these sleeves are a little bit tight for me because I've put on weight. So Carmen says number 1 has flowers directly at boob position. More flowers on number 2 make it not so ta-ta looking. Right, let's get the centre front seams of these sewn together and then we can make some more decisions. Okay. What was I waffling about before we got into the flower boob conversation? Right, so it needs to be pressed open. And so just this, let's get all the threads, random gathering threads out of the way there. Don't want too many of those. Okay, let's go press these open and then we can make some more decisions. Carmen says more flowers on top, less flowers midriff. Yeah, definitely got a fit effect with the black at the midriff, wouldn't it? I think you're right. Okay, let's press these open. How are we doing for time? We've been going for 4 hours and 42 minutes and I'm only just sewing some bits of the bodice together. Oh dear. Oh dear. Right, let's turn the iron on. Needs more water in it, so let's do that. Okay. So while I'm up here, I'll press my little doodads. Holdy backy doody daddies. Press these flat as well. Duvlay says, Peeps, don't forget to like the hangout. Oh, thank you, Duvlay. Yes, that would be great. And if you wouldn't mind coming back a little bit later when it's all over and it's up as a standalone video and leaving a little comment on it, even if it's just a little emoji, that would be amazing. Thank you. I meant to say at the start of this as well, Google will put YouTube Google will put ads on this because my channel is monetized. But the trouble is, when it's a really long video like this, they tend to put something like 20 to 30 adverts in it, and weirdly they put them all in the first half hour, so it takes a little while for the adverts to populate and it takes a little while for the back end for me to be able to go in and then manually place the adverts. So at the beginning of the live streams, when you're watching it back after the fact, a lot of the time there are a million ads at the beginning of it, and I do go back in and I do go back in and kind of fix that, because I do appreciate that, you know, a million ads in the first half hour is not fair or fun, but it does take me a little while to get there, and it takes them a little while to actually allow me to have access to being able to then move the adverts around, so it's not a giant block of just adverts coming at you every 5 seconds. I meant to say that at the beginning of this video, because I know a lot of people, especially East Coast peeps, can't, you know, they'd have to wake up at like 3 in the morning to come and see this, to see the start of this. And I appreciate that. That's bonkers. So yes, I meant to do a little disclaimer at the beginning of this one, and I completely forgot. So I've done it 4 hours and 45 minutes in, which is completely beside the point. But now I'm just waffling at you. Right. Okay. So I'm leaning towards this one for the outer. Although, oh, I don't know now. Hang on. Maybe this would be nicer framing around my face. Yeah, no, the two, these two bits are too similar, aren't they? And they look like they've been, yeah. No, so that's going to be lining. So we've got lots of flowers for the outer. And I think I agree with you guys. We should have, whoopsie. This is a very technical way of doing this. Stay. I think we should have minimal flowers for the waistband, for the effect. Yeah, that's too busy, isn't it? So this is lining, that's outer. Stick a pin in this so that I know this is lining. I mean, I'm not leaving this now, but just in case. So that's my outer, that's my outer. Want more flowers. My back lining. So now we've got back midriff. I think I'm going to do the same thing, go for the least flowery pieces for the outer. Right, okay. So let's sew. Let's sew this to be the midriff panels. So we've got to sew the just putting the all of the pieces on top of the keyboard. You guys are holding onto the pieces for me. Right, okay, so we have a really pointy midriff piece here, and the pattern tells you to pin it all and try and sew it all in one go, which I think is nonsense. So I am going to pin one side first and sew it, and then backstitch at the center, and then I'm going to pin and sew in the other side so that I can get everything to lie nice and flatly, hopefully, first time sewing. So I'm going to match up the center front into place. Then we have some gathering points, so I'm going to match those up. Then we have side seam, so match that up. We have another gathering point that we need to pin to, so I'm going to do that. Again, you really shouldn't pin in your apps. But again, you do what works for you. So pin, pin, pin. There we go. And then we have a notch. in the center of the gathering, which is really handy because it means that you can evenly distribute your gathering. So let's pull this. Those sitting nicely. Then put everything into place. Lots of pins to make sure that that all stays where I want it to. Then do the other side. That all into place. And again, I'm kind of ignoring the method that, or the order that they want you to sew this dress together in the instructions, because I find certain things easier when the dress side seams haven't been sewn up. You can keep hold of these as well for me. Thank you. So yeah, I tend to put the necklines together and do the understitching and then sew the side seams up, which is not the order that the pattern would have you do it in, but it's my preferred order because I just find it easier to do it that way. Because it's easier when everything's lying flat, which it does much better when the side seams aren't sewn. So the gathers. To make sure that everything is lying nice and flat for when I get to the center, and make sure that I've got all the bulk of my fabric out of the way. Because I don't want to catch any of the bodice in that stitching, which I think I've accomplished. So slip all my threads, and I can remove my gathering stitches now, which is always very satisfying to do. That's one side in. So I've backstitched at the center front point, and now I am going to repin and do that all again. And I just find this way easier than trying to get to this center point, pivot, and re-sew. So much easier. Again, I'm pinning this. I just want to make sure that I've got all the other side bodice out of the way, which I now have. So pin up to my gathering points, make sure that's all nicely behaving itself, which this one is. Then I go to the side seam, pin that into place. And I want to sew this with the gather side up. I know Whitney from Tomcat Stitchery puts the kind of the bulk of the fabric. I don't know if she does this for gathers. I know she does it for like princess seams. She puts the fabric with more volume underneath so that the feed dogs help distribute the fullness when she's sewing, and I do it the other way around so that I can visually see where the fullness is and make it behave myself. I prefer to sew with my gathers under the presser foot and the flat piece of fabric under the up towards the feed dogs, just so that again I can make sure that it's behaving itself and doing what I need it to do. That's just my preference of how to sew that in. I have no idea if that is the correct way, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, I don't think there are right and wrong ways of doing any one task in sewing. I think there are methods that everyone prefers, and if you get a result that you like, then that's the right way for you. I do think it helps to know the sewing rules, like, and I say rules like very loosely. I think it helps to know those kind of, you know, the I don't know, not rules, but yeah, so it's no certain sewing procedures. It's like, for example, I don't follow the construction order that patterns give you because I think there are, for me, better ways to achieve the finish that I like if I do it my way. That's not to say that the pattern's wrong, and it's not to say that I'm wrong. It's to say that the finish that I prefer cannot always be achieved with the way that the pattern would have you sew a garment together. And I prefer a certain type of finish, so I do fuss around with the way that sewing patterns say that the construction order should go together so that I can end up with the finished result that I want. Now, I've followed a lot of sewing patterns over the years, and I have done it in the way that they wanted it to have it done. And a lot of the time when I change something, it's because I'm like, well, surely it's better to do it this way. And it's not because I'm saying that my way is better. It's just because I have experienced putting in things in certain ways, and I have found that I prefer a different method. So again, not to say that my method is correct or the only method, but it's my preferred method. So that's the one that I use. That was a lot of waffle. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. No idea what the dog's barking at. Making sure I'm not sewing over any ends. And again, that's my preference. If you sew over pins and it works for you, that's awesome. Just please don't sew over pins on your overlocker because you will cry. Ask me how I know. Right, so that one's in. Just make sure I haven't caught anything that didn't catch. I think it's all good. So clip off all my threads. Just open this up to make sure it's all doing what I want it to do. Yeah, when pressed, that's going to be good. So we've got a front panel. I think that's good. So I can take the gathering stitches out of this side now. And then I need to repeat all of that for the lining. Sometimes. I have to say, I really do prefer lined dresses to dresses with facings, except when I have to come and sew them and I have to basically make the same dress twice. This dress is meant to have a. That's the back. That's the back. You know what? I'm going to sew this. I'm going to sew the back shoulder seams to each other because why not? So let's lay this out the way it's meant to be. That. Yeah, I always enjoy. Making dresses with linings. Well, I prefer how they feel and are when they're worn, but I always curse myself when I have to basically make 2 dresses. And this, as I say, this dress is meant to have a lining for the skirt as well, but I drew the line of that because, yeah. So, yeah. Right. So we've got some gathering to get in here as well. That's in. Got the Gilmore Girls theme tune running around in my head. Find spacing looser gathers way more difficult than dense gathers. Because dense, you just like squeeze them in. This one you have to kind of evenly distribute. Okay, so we've got that one done. Let's get this one in. Why did I get to with the chat? Nicholas says, yes, that looks great. Carmen says, your order makes more sense, probably. No fiddling trying to do understitching when it's already 3D. Good tip. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's the same with trying to put facings into things as well. It's much easier to do it when it's flat. Michelle says, okay, I'm back. Friend called. Lol, she wanted to see my progress. Now the fiery dragon it's way too hot in here. May have to open the window. Nimue says, oh dear, I managed to ignore that this pattern needs buttonholes for the waist tie, or avoided doing those for so far. Wish me luck. Good luck, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. This in. And usually we'd be kind of putting the front room back into the winter configuration, and we'd be turning the arbor on. But we're not doing any of that this year because it's not going to be our home for very much longer. Which is so weird to say. Like, Mum and Dad have lived here for 22 years now. Not that they've lived here that entire time, but they've owned it for 22 years. It's going to be very odd. Very odd indeed. So the back needs its midriff panel sewn on, but I'm going to work on the lining now so that we're at the same state with both, because that's one pet peeve I have about Big Four patterns, that they're like, they tell you how to sew the bodice and then you get to step like 20 or something and it's like repeat all of the same steps for the lining. So I find that a little frustrating. I'd rather just get them all done at the same time. Get these stitches out. We got most of the bodice done. It's going to look very pretty. So I'll put that to the side. How are we doing for time? We go for 5 hours. Let's catch up with the chat. Linda says, Yorkshire pudding mix in, stew on. You've got to love autumn. You look a little peaky, hun. Are you okay? I've just noticed that I'm not feeling particularly great, actually. This has been really crap all week. And yeah, I think my lack of sleep has caught up with me. That's why I was looking at the time. It's like, how long have we been going for? And I think I'm going to call it a day. Sorry, that was a little abrupt, wasn't it? But I think we've done quite well. Got a skirt made. We've got bodice made. I mean, these aren't made, but they've been corrected. Probably shouldn't try to put these on over my cardigan. Oh, it's going to be fancy. I mean, we've got pieces of a dress made. We've done quite well, I think. I mean, currently you're still sitting on the lining pieces there for me, which is very kind of you, but let's get those back. Oh, that's me dude. There's one doodad. We did doodads as well. We've got doodads made. Here's my lining. But yeah, I think I'm gonna. Ah, dear. That came on quite suddenly. I do think it's the lack of sleep catching up with me. I think that's what it is. Like I said, I've been getting about 3 or 4 hours a night this week, so, and I like my sleep. I am not one to miss sleep and be a functioning human being. So yeah, we've done pretty well today. 5 hours. We've got bits of a dress made, and I will finish this off during the week. I've still got to make Susie's purse to send that out again because my first one got lost in the post. Still haven't forgiven the postal service for that. And that's all cut out though, so that's all ready to go. And I've got my 8577, I've got my 9354, I've got a cap, I've got a t-shirt, I've got a skirt, I've got lots of things ready to go. So I should be keeping very busy. So guys, I've seriously been looking forward to Sunday for hanging out with you guys. I've been really looking forward to it. It's been something, the high point of my week for sure. For sure. You guys are awesome. So thank you very much for hanging out with me today. Linda says, stay well away from the folks, hun. Oh, it's not that. Don't worry, it's not that. I haven't got that. But yes, no, I am keeping away from them. Michelle says, that's all right. You need to take care of you. It was very painful for me to watch you eat your toast this morning. I knew you were in pain. Yeah, that doorstop of toast was not fun. Dad keeps forgetting that I need to. I can't eat things like that. But never mind. Caroline says, I find more painful at the moment because it's chilly. Yeah. Nicola says, early night. Definitely. Caroline says, time to go snuggle something or someone warm. Yes, Chiana wants to sit on my lap at the moment, so I should take full advantage of that. Nancy says, have a good rest and eat something. Let me know when you're good to chat. Probably tomorrow, Nancy, but I will text you. Message you, not text you. Nimue says, take good care of yourself. Self-care is important. Paula says, take care and stay safe. Nimue says, my trial buttonholes are actually looking good. Awesome. Michelle says, we all look forward to hanging out with you as well. Caroline says, take care of yourself, sweetie. Duvalier says, have a lovely week, peeps. It was lovely to hang out again. Stephanie says, it was great to see you again. Ruth Ann says, it was great to hang out again. Shaz says, take care, hun. And Crafting Bev says, take care and have a great week. Thank you so much, you guys. It's been a lovely afternoon, and I'm actually very pleased with the progress that I've got done and the amount of waffle that I managed to spew at you. But yes, I'm going to go and eat something and lie down now because I'm tired. Cecilia says, it was great to see you too. So yes, same time next week. Who knows what I'll be doing sewing wise? I have no clue myself. It will be interesting. But yeah, look after yourselves, stay well, keep us updated in the peeps what you got up to today, and if you get up to anything exciting this week. And I will see you next week. And now I need to end the stream gracefully as possible. So let's see if I can do that. Bye.